take.
Good morning, everyone. We invite all the audience who's still in outside room can come to room to join the event because the event will start soon. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the event, we would like to remind you to fill the pre-symposium participant questions through the link that was sent through WhatsApp last night, or you can scan the QR code now displayed on the screen. Thank you. Bagi Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita memulai eventnya, mungkin bisa untuk scan QR code yang sudah ditampilkan di depan atau melalui QR code yang sudah dikirimkan melalui WhatsApp kemarin malam. Terima kasih. For ladies and gentlemen, if you need a translation kit, you can go to the in front of the stage and we're gonna provide a translation kit. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang membutuhkan alat penterjemah, bisa datang ke depan panggung dan kami akan menyediakan alat penterjemah. Terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Shalom. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, as a Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs. His Excellency, Edi Priyo Pambudi, Deputy of Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs. His Excellency, Rod Brazer, as an Australian Ambassador to Indonesia. His Excellency, Marsikal Muda TNI R. Cahyo Kurniawan, as the Deputy of Strategy and Policy Cybersecurity and Cryptography at BSSN. His Excellency, Jonathan Gilbert, Minister of Concerned Australia Embassy.
On behalf of the Organizing Committee, Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Innovate Technofarm, Infinite Learning, and RMIT University, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the Indonesia Cybersecurity Symposium 2025.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael.
And my name is Vera. We are truly honored to have you here today as we gather to explore one of the most critical challenges of our digital age, cybersecurity.
Before we begin our first session, we invite you to open your minds, engage with the content, and connect with others throughout today's agenda. Let this be a day of inspiration, collaboration, and strengthened commitment to building a safer digital world.
Once again, welcome to the
Cybersecurity
Cybersecurity
Symposium
Symposium 2025. Thank you and enjoy the symposium.
Before we start, let us invite Mr. James Carnady as a Chief Strategy Officer at Innovate Technofarm to have a kick-off report.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, our esteemed honorables who have spared his time to come here with us, Bapak Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, Bapak Edi Priyo Pambudi, Deputy of the CMEA, and also Bapak Maskral Muda TNI Cahyo Kurniawan, Mr. Jonathan Gilbert, as the Minister of Council, Australia Embassy to Indonesia. Thank you all for being here. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to honor and remember our dear friend, Ms. Saskia Lorhansen, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of International at RMIT, who was with us in the beginning of this journey. Her presence and dedication and contribution helped us shape the foundation of this program. We deeply mourn for her passing. Let us take a few moments in silence to remember her kindness. Thank you. Cybersecurity is no longer a future challenge. It is today's imperative. In Indonesia, we need skilled talents in domain is urgent. We are grateful that the Coordinating Minister, Bapak Airlangga, for laying out a bold vision for cultivating cybersecurity talent across the nation. Today's event is not part of a large vision, but it is a bridges, growing capabilities, and faster collaboration between the nation and the institution. I would just like to remind you all that today's session will be conducted in English and in Indonesia, in Bahasa. For bilinguality, we would like, Your Honor, if you would like a translation kit, we are having it available on the front to make the session bilingual. Without further ado, I would like to show you a video of cybersecurity from Innovate, and we can move on to see the session. Enjoy! Thank you.
Data Komisi Perlindungan Anak Indonesia atau KPAI diduga bocor dan dijual di situs gelap. KPAI telah melaporkannya ke Barreskrim Polri serta ke Badan Cyber dan Sandi Negara.
Di balik layar dunia digital Indonesia, sebuah perang senyap sedang berlangsung. Setiap detik, ribuan serangan cyber mencoba menembus pertahanan kita, mengincar data pribadi, sistem pemerintahan, hingga infrastruktur vital negara. Dari peretas anonim hingga operasi cyber berskala negara, ancaman itu nyata dan semakin dekat. Indonesia bukan sekedar target, kita adalah medan pertempuran. Pertanyaannya, seberapa siap kita melawan balik? Cybersecurity bukan pilihan, ini adalah garis pertahanan terakhir kita. Tapi kita tidak diam. Generasi baru talenta cyber Indonesia sedang dipersiapkan, dilatih, dibina, dan diberdayakan untuk menjaga negeri ini. melaporkan peretasan telah selesai ditangani oleh tim Innovate dalam 1 jam. Baik, terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. James Carnady, for the opening speech. It is now my great honor to invite our distinguished keynote guests to deliver their opening remarks. Please welcome
His Excellency Marsikal Muda TNI R. Cahyo Kurniawan as Deputy of Strategy and Policy Cybersecurity and Cryptography or BSSN Indonesia. Your Excellency, please come to the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I would like to send regard from our head of BSSN, the National Cyber and Crypto Agency, that he cannot come, and he asked me to deliver this speech for him. And thanks God, this is in Bahasa, so I can speak Bahasa. I can speak English very well, so I will speak in Bahasa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Bapak Menteri Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, Bapak Mr. Jonathan Gilbert, the Minister Counselor from Australian Embassy. Very nice to meet you, sir. Bapak Ibu dari penyelenggara yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu, para narasumber, dan seluruh peserta Simposium Indonesia Cybersecurity yang sangat saya hormati. Bapak Ibu, para hadirin sekalian, merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk mewakili Kepala Badan Siber dan Sandi Negara menyampaikan pemikiran tentang bagaimana pentingnya kita untuk terus memperkuat kerangka keamanan siber di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, perlu kita sadari bahwa ruang siber sekarang telah menjadi pusat kekuatan atau center of gravity dari setiap aktivitas manusia di era digital. Sehingga apa yang terjadi di dunia siber dapat mempengaruhi keadaan di dunia nyata. Kita dapat mengambil contoh beberapa kejadian baru-baru ini di beberapa negara di mana ada beberapa kejadian blackout yang mengakibatkan misalnya jaringan listrik padam, kemudian aktivitas masyarakat di sektor transportasi, perbankan, dan telekomunikasi juga mengalami masalah. Kemudian beberapa waktu lalu, saat memanasnya perang dagang antara Tiongkok dan Amerika, bagaimana serangan siber digunakan sebagai senjata dalam perang dagang dan pengaruh politik. Selain yang bersifat teknis, serangan juga dapat bersifat sosial dengan memanipulasi pikiran dan hati manusia melalui narasi. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Melalui narasi, misinformasi, dan disinformasi melalui kekuatan media sosial. Di tengah ancaman itu, kita juga perlu melihat bahwa ada peluang untuk memanfaatkan ruang siber dengan sebaik-baiknya untuk mempercepat pelayanan publik dan kesejahteraan bangsa. Pemanfaatan ruang siber secara produktif dan aman akan menjadi kunci dalam menciptakan nilai tambah di era ekonomi digital. Berdasarkan data secara keseluruhan, transaksi ekonomi digital Indonesia diproyeksikan akan mencapai 146 miliar US dollar dalam beberapa tahun ke depan. Hal ini merupakan peluang strategis dan potensi besar yang dapat dimanfaatkan seluruh elemen masyarakat untuk mengembangkan inovasi, membuka lapangan kerja baru, dan mempercepat transformasi ekonomi digital. Melihat potensi dan peluang yang ada, maka negara perlu memastikan bahwa ruang siber yang menjadi potensi kesejahteraan bagi masyarakat dapat terhindar dari ancaman yang ada. Dalam Strategi Nasional Pengembangan Ekonomi Digital 2023-2030, kita telah memiliki 6 pilar utama yang perlu diperhatikan, yaitu 1. Infrastruktur, 2. Sumber daya manusia, 3. Iklim bisnis dan keamanan siber, 4. Penelitian, inovasi, dan pengembangan bisnis, 5. Pendanaan dan investasi, dan ke-6. Kebijakan atau regulasi. Salah satu pilar yang tidak lepas dari ekonomi digital adalah keamanan siber dan regulasi. Dari aspek keamanan siber, pemerintah telah mengeluarkan Peraturan Presiden Nomor 47 tahun 2023 tentang Strategi Keamanan Siber Nasional dan Manajemen Krisis Siber. Strategi ini dilaksanakan secara semesta, melibatkan seluruh pemangku kepentingan, yaitu pemerintah, akademisi, pelaku usaha, dan masyarakat atau Quad Helix. Strategi ini mencakup 8 fokus area, mulai dari aspek tata kelola manajemen risiko, kesiapsiagaan dan ketahanan, penguatan pelindungan infrastruktur informasi vital, kemandirian kriptografi nasional, peningkatan kapabilitas dan kapasitas, kebijakan keamanan siber, dan tentunya kerjasama internasional. Kedelapan fokus area tersebut dilaksanakan melalui rencana aksi nasional keamanan siber yang berisi upaya terencana dan terukur dalam implementasi fokus area Strategi Keamanan Siber Nasional, serta sebagai landasan dalam memperkuat kerangka keamanan siber nasional. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebagai informasi bahwa rencana aksi nasional keamanan siber telah kita laporkan untuk tahun 2024 kemarin kepada Bapak Presiden Prabowo Subianto. Dan tentunya ini terlaksana, rencana aksi ini implementasinya karena termasuk diantaranya kontribusi dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tadi telah dijelaskan tentang bagaimana kita menyiapkan strategi keamanan siber nasional. So we have also learned about national cybersecurity strategy from also Australia. Australia menempatkan public partner, private partnership as a foundation. Dan juga menempatkan bagaimana how to contribute of the community and also people to secure the cyber domain. So that's why we also appreciate Australia that already made a very mature strategy. So we also, some of that strategy we also adopt for our national strategy. Kemudian dari aspek regulasi, pemerintah juga memiliki undang-undang ITE dan pelindungan data pribadi untuk menegakkan aturan di ruang siber dan juga peraturan teknis penerapan keamanan siber yang tertuang pada berbagai peraturan yang dikeluarkan oleh Badan Siber dan Sandi Negara. Badan Siber dan Sandi Negara dalam hal ini juga bekerja sama dengan kementerian lembaga yang lain termasuk Kementerian Komdigi, kebetulan ada Pak Denny juga hadir di sini. Dan tentunya kolaborasi pemerintah ini harus didampingi juga, diimbangi juga dengan kolaborasi dengan sektor private dan juga dengan seluruh masyarakat. Kemudian kami juga menginformasikan bahwa saat ini kita berusaha memperkuat regulasi terkait dengan keamanan dan ketahanan siber. Untuk itu kami juga memohon dukungan kepada seluruh masyarakat termasuk para audiens yang hadir di sini, sehingga nantinya kita dapat mendapatkan suatu regulasi atau undang-undang yang kuat terkait keamanan siber untuk kepentingan kita bersama. Sebagai penutup, saya ingin mengingatkan bahwa kerangka keamanan siber kita merupakan aspek dasar bagi negara dalam menghadapi ancaman siber dan menggapai peluang kesejahteraan di ruang siber. Keamanan siber adalah tanggung jawab semua pihak atau shared responsibility, dan oleh sebab itu strategi keamanan siber nasional perlu kita sinergikan bersama-sama dengan seluruh pemangku kepentingan. Dan pemerintah harus hadir dalam melindungi segenap bangsa dan negara dari potensi ancaman yang dilaksanakan melalui penerapan regulasi dan strategi yang komprehensif. Demikian sambutan saya, semoga simposium ini dapat berjalan dengan baik dan dapat mencapai hasil yang ditetapkan. Terima kasih, wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om, Santi, Santi Om. Terima kasih, selamat pagi.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for your insightful and motivating remarks.
And next, we would like to invite on stage to our second speaker, His Excellency, Mr. Jonathan Gilbert, as Minister Counselor at Australian Embassy. Please give applause for His Excellency.
Distinguished guests dan Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selamat pagi. Nama saya Jonathan Gilbert dan Minister Kansler Ekonomi dan Investasi dan Infrastruktur di Kedutaan Besar Australia. Welcome to the Indonesia Cybersecurity Symposium, and I'm very, very pleased Australia is partnering with RMIT and CMEA to deliver what is a very, very important symposium here today. I'd like to talk now about how cyber and critical technology are really key foreign policy priorities for Australia. Cyber and critical technology underpin national security, the protection and realisation of human rights and freedoms, global economic prosperity, sustainable development, and importantly, international stability. Under Australia's 2023 to 2030 cybersecurity strategy, we are seeking to enhance the collective cyber resilience of our region and to work with Indonesia and our global partners to meet what is an extremely challenging and evolving environment in cyberspace. Australia is also deeply committed to ensuring our development program works hand in hand to tackle our most pressing regional priorities, like rapid digitalisation, and to make a real difference to our valued partners in the region, such as Indonesia. My thanks to RMIT, who has been a key partner in this work, and I'm really pleased to see that we're continuing this relationship today. Through our Southeast Asia and Pacific Cyber Program, we've worked with RMIT to combine our cyber and critical technology foreign policy priorities with our broader commitment to supporting the development of the region. Our initiatives across Southeast Asia and the Pacific address knowledge gaps and build capability to strengthen the cybersecurity posture of governments, critical infrastructure providers, and importantly, small and medium businesses. What you'll be hearing today is really important. And as an audience, obviously working on cyber and tech issues every day, you all understand the good that technology can bring. Of course, being connected allows you to work and communicate with ease, streamline digital services to better serve your communities, and enhance your national security and defence capabilities. However, the very technologies that help you in your work every day are also your biggest vulnerabilities. Greater connectivity and access to technology means more direct threats of cybersecurity incidents and cybercrime to both you and your government and your industries. The Australian government continues to be concerned about how rapidly the cyber threat landscape in Southeast Asia is evolving, especially how the prevalence and scale of ransomware and cyber activities is increasing at really what is an unprecedented rate. The targets for these sorts of attacks are limitless. Malicious cyber actors are targeting everything from the software used in small and medium businesses to vital critical infrastructure assets like airports, water pipelines and telecommunications network, and to national defence systems. So over the course of this symposium, you'll learn new ways to identify cybersecurity threats and importantly to protect yourselves and your systems against them. And you'll become Indonesia's next cybersecurity ambassadors, empowered to improve Indonesia's capacity and capability to anticipate and respond to cyber threats, and importantly, to support Indonesia's cyber resilience and growth. Australia has invested heavily in its cybersecurity capabilities, expertise spanning all aspects of cybersecurity, such as preparedness, governance, prevention, mitigation and response, can all be drawn upon to combat these challenges together. So today and tomorrow, I encourage you to engage with RMIT and Australian Embassy representatives on partnership opportunities to elevate and boost your cyber skills and ensure long-term resilience to external interference. So in conclusion, terima kasih to all of you and wishing you a productive and meaningful symposium, and my big thanks to all of the conference organisers today. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, can we give a round of a big applause to His Excellency for his words? And now we will also request Ambassador to be on stage and all VIP and all MOU partners to take a picture together.
We would like to invite Mr. Awang from CMAI,
Donna Jean Nicholanson from CMEA,
Richie Glenn Yapranandi, Innovate Technofarm,
Marco Bradley, Infinite Learning,
Mitch Eastman, RMIT,
Prasil Singh from RMIT,
James Karnadi, Innovate Technofarm,
Feral Rizky Batubara, Innovate Technofarm,
Rizani Imaniar Sucipto, Innovate Technofarm,
Vivek Aurora from RMIT, and all the affiliate embassy. Please welcome to the stage. And please give an applause. Please come. Okay, once again, let's we give a big applause for all the members. Thank you. And now it is my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, a global thought leader in cybersecurity and innovation from RMIT University.
RMIT is an international university of technology, design, and enterprise with a vision to be a leading university of impact in the Asia-Pacific region. RMIT is also home to the award-winning Center for Cybersecurity Research and Innovation, or CCSRI, which drives advancements in the organizational, human, and technological aspects of cybersecurity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Matthew Warren, Director of the Center for Cybersecurity Research and Innovation at RMIT University, and he will be presenting on strengthening cybersecurity for regional and national resilience.
Greetings to distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today to talk about how to strengthen cyber security from a global and regional perspective, especially in relation to national resilience. So my name's Matt Warren. I'm director of the RMIT University Center for Cybersecurity Research and Innovation, and also a professor of cybersecurity at RMIT. Now, one of the unique aspects of RMIT from a cyber security perspective is that you can join RMIT studying a TVET course and progress all the way through a degree, master's, and a PhD in cybersecurity. So it means we have a continuous cybersecurity education life cycle. But I'm going to talk more about the global security key trends and challenges. So the issues in relation to cybersecurity is it's a global issue. It isn't something that impacts just one country. It impacts all countries. And hopefully in this presentation, I'll be able to talk about some of those key challenges that we face globally, but also in regards to Indonesia and Australia. So, in terms of some of the trends that we see in regards to cybersecurity, so the World Economic Forum this year presented a key piece of work around cybersecurity and the challenges it faces for the world. The key issue is that cybersecurity is complex. If it was easy, everyone would have solved this problem a long time ago. It's a very complex problem. And the World Economic Forum actually sort of identified the reason why cybersecurity is complex. We live in an ever-changing world, which means there's many geopolitical tensions where governments and state threat actors are involved in cybersecurity. We have a sophistication of cybercrime. We now have ransomware attacks occurring globally, and criminal gangs are behind those ransomware attacks. So we now see cybercrime as a major criminal business. We also see in our global economy, global supply chains that we depend on, that if disrupted, can impact all of us and our daily lives. We're now seeing a greater focus on regulation regarding cybersecurity. And that's something I'm going to sort of touch upon during the presentation. We're also seeing new emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, and we're very much at the start of that journey of how those technologies will impact us professionally as well as from a society. And the main challenge we face globally is the cyber skills gap. Is literally there are not enough cybersecurity professionals globally to deal with these issues and challenges. So in terms of some of the emerging trends that we face, as well as cyber, we're also dealing with the impact of artificial intelligence, Again, how that can be used in a positive way, but also dealing with how scammers and cyber criminals are using artificial intelligence for their activities. In terms of how blockchain can be used, again, the positive use of blockchain, but also that criminals use blockchain for their money laundering activities. We then have a range of new technologies coming in terms of quantum computing, in terms of advanced networks like 6G, in terms of the impact of space and how space will impact us globally. Whether we talk about Starlink in terms of access to fast, quick internet globally via space-based system. But there's some real impacts in regards to cybercrime. The impact is that cybercrime costs globally $10.5 trillion US. What an immense figure. This is, the impact of cybercrime on governments, on organizations, on individuals. So when at the start of my presentation, I said, cyber security is a global issue, it really is. And when we talk about cyber crime and cyber criminals, they operate from a global perspective. What we see in regards to cyber crime is, in terms of ransomware attacks, data breach, e-commerce fraud, and identity fraud. What we're now seeing is that cyber attacks, as well as focusing on government and institutions, are now focusing on us as individual citizens. Cyber criminals want our personal identifiable information. They want to be able, to hack our banking accounts, get access to our login details so they can access other information. So at the beginning, when I talked about the complexity of cybersecurity, that complexity also impacts us individually as individual citizens. And governments also have to deal with these challenges of how to deal with the national security risks of cybercrime. So the next part of my presentation, I'm going to talk about some of the regional cybersecurity trends and challenges that we face. So in terms of critical infrastructure provides services that we need for everyday life. And if those key systems are disrupted, they have serious implications for governments, business, and us as individual citizens. Next slide, please. So in Australia, we've identified what we deem as critical infrastructure. So as I said, these are key systems that are disrupted, would impact our daily lives. So whether that's energy systems, communications, banking, health, water. So it means that with any country, there are key systems that have to be protected to a much greater extent. Because if they're disrupted, they're going to have a dramatic impact on our day-to-day lives. So in Australia, these have been defined through the SOCI Act, the Security Critical Infrastructure Act, in 2018 and amended in 2024. And as was mentioned at the start, the Australian government has focused very much on the protection of those critical systems and sectors to protect Australian citizens. So in terms of Vietnam, what you have is a similar approach. So based on the presidential regulation on protection of vital information infrastructure, Indonesia has also defined critical parts of the Indonesian economy that have to be protected. that if they were disrupted would have an impact upon individual Indonesian citizens, companies, and also the government. So again, this is a major challenge that all countries face because each country has very different circumstances. They've defined their critical infrastructure as being very different. But what we see is that each government is focused on protecting their critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. So what we have seen is that breaches do occur regarding critical infrastructure. So in Australia, we saw in 2022, we saw the hack of the largest private medical insurance company. In Indonesia, 2024, your national data center was impacted by a ransomware attack that disrupted 280 services to citizens and government. In Vietnam, 2024, there was attacks upon the postal service with ransomware. In the Philippines, again, the public health network was disrupted by a cyber breach. So there has to be an acceptance that there will be cyber attacks, and some of those attacks are successful. But this is where the concept of cyber resilience is so important. What cyber resilience means is the ability to recover from a cyber attack, to learn from what had happened, to undertake that assessment of how did the attack occur, how can we stop that happening. So when we talk about cyber security and critical infrastructure protection, cyber resilience is the third part of that important message. Next slide, please. So in terms of Indonesia, what we see are major key drivers. So we see, just announced this year, the draft Cybersecurity Resilience Bill, which regulates the roles of cybersecurity governance to organizations in terms of what they have to comply with from a security perspective and how they need to protect themselves. There's also the challenge about protecting small businesses in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, there are 62 SMEs, what we call small to medium-sized enterprises. And historically, there's been issues of those smaller businesses being victims of cyber attacks. Just to put that into a context, Australia has a population of about 30 million citizens. So there's twice as many small businesses in Indonesian as there are citizens in Australia. And what we're also seeing is an announcement this year from the Indonesian government is a cyber safety law announced to limit social media usage by children and young people to protect them against online harm. So from an Indonesian perspective, you're seeing real sort of drivers in terms of developing that cyber security resilience. So I mentioned at the very beginning when we talked about those trends and issues that the World Economic Forum identified, and cyber skills as being one of those key drivers. So in terms of Australia, we're predicting a shortfall of 30,000 cyber professionals by 2026. When we look at Indonesia, the World Bank is estimated by 2030 the need for 9 million cybersecurity professionals in Indonesia, requiring over 60,000 qualified cyber professionals every year. To me, that's a huge figure. Because when we talk about cybersecurity skilled workers, we're not just talking about people with technical skills, networking skills. You're talking about people with governance skills, risk skills. You're talking about, at the board level, people who make decisions, having an understanding regarding cybersecurity. So what that means in an Indonesian context is there's a real need to expand cybersecurity skills, and there's a need to expand at pace. Because if you think about it, if I was a young person starting university today, I won't graduate until 3 or 4 years into the future. So one of the challenges is how to develop that cybersecurity skills workforce with the appropriate skills, and how to do that rapidly at speed. Next. So how can we meet these challenges? So what I'm going to talk about is, the importance that government plays. So government plays an important role in terms of promoting cybersecurity as an education perspective, cybersecurity as training perspective. So doesn't matter the country, whenever a government says this is a key issue that the whole country has to pay attention to, citizens and organizations pay attention to what governments say. It's also then to have that relationship between government and the private sector. So we talk about public-private partnerships. So the importance of industry working with academia, working with the TVET sector, working with governments to come up with a whole-of-nation solution. And we also, as I've mentioned a few times, cybersecurity is a global issue, not relating to individual countries. So it means regional collaboration is very important. So in terms of Indonesia, it's working with your ASEAN partners and working with partners such as Australia to help you in that cybersecurity skills journey. Next slide. So in terms of some of the examples, we have, the examples from RMIT where we've worked in Vietnam with the DFAT Cyber and Critical Technology Cooperation Program. We've also done the same in Vietnam. So training critical infrastructure professionals in cybersecurity. In ASEAN, we've been working with ASEAN countries in uplifting their key decision makers in a number of ASEAN programs. In the South Pacific, we've been working with particular cohorts in relation about uplifting in critical infrastructure. And the work that RMIT's College of Vocational Education has been undertaking in Indonesia has been about, again, that uplifting of cybersecurity skills and capabilities in an Indonesian context. Next slide. So what we've been able to do is train 2,000 IT professionals using the DFAT Cyber and Critical Technology Program in Vietnam and Cambodia. And what we've been able to do is train with a number of critical infrastructure companies across Cambodia and Vietnam, from banking, from airlines, from supply chain, and government as well. So again, I keep on coming back to the importance of critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure is key because every country depends on critical infrastructure that if are attacked or disrupted would impact every citizen, every organization. We've also focused on the gender issues. So when we talk about a national solution to cybersecurity, it's also making sure, that people who are underrepresented in the cybersecurity sector, such as women, are involved. So in Vietnam, DFAT, the Australian government, funded us to run the She Leads digital program for emerging female leaders in cyber security. In Australia, working with the Australian Women in Security Network, who representatives will be here for the panel today and tomorrow. What we've identified in Australia is that 17% of the cyber workforce are women. So in an Australian context, if we want to increase our cyber workforce, we have to engage more with women in terms of proposing that cybersecurity is a career path for them. So to conclude, as we heard at the beginning, all of you are now cybersecurity ambassadors. What we encourage is for you to go back to your organizations, to take on that role of being a cybersecurity ambassador, focusing on how you can work with industry and government, focusing on regional corporations, focusing on how you can uplift cyber security skills in partnership with Indonesia and Australia, and helping to secure a digital future for Indonesia and the broader region. So I want to thank and acknowledge the dedicated and wonderful team who have organized today, and also yourselves, all of the participants, because what we're also looking for today is your involvement in today's activities, being able to post questions in terms of day 2 of the events, being able to contribute to the workshop discussions. Thank you so much.
Once again, please give an applause for Professor Warren. Thank you, Professor Warren, for your presentation. I believe all of us has learned new things, and especially for me, I learned a lot of things from you. And one of the key points from your presentation is synergies. A synergies between government and institution, a synergy between institution and other regional. And I believe all of us has learned a lot of things. And how about you, Vera? Are you learned about
Yes, I do feel the same.
And I believe for all participants has the same feeling as us, okay? And before we start, I just want to remind for this event, Cybersecurity Symposium 2025 has been held for 2 days, and today and tomorrow. It starts from 16 June of 2025 until 17 June of 2025.
All right, so before we proceed for the next session, we would like to invite you to take a short tea break for the next 10 minutes.
Light refreshments are available at the designated area. Please feel free to enjoy a cup of tea or coffee and take this time to relax or network with fellow participants.
We will reconvene promptly in 10 minutes, so kindly return to your seats. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break and don't go anywhere and come back at 10 minutes.
4,
Oke.
5, 5, 5, 6, 6.
participants. I hope you guys enjoy the meal and that we have served. So we now continue with our next panel, our first panel, that is regional perspective on cybersecurity. This session will offer valuable insight from across Southeast Asia and Australia.
And this panel will be led by moderator from Miss Isman as a Deputy Vice Chancellor at RMIT University.
And also we will have three panelists. The first one is Mr. Hip Chong Pham, Deputy Dean from RMIT Vietnam.
Mr. Alphonse Tanujaya as a Cyber Awareness Leader at Aptiknas.
Last but not least, we have Mr. Scott Flower, CISEC Australia.
And we invite all participants to join the live discussion using menti.com with code 2573-1293. Once again, for all the participants who wants to join the live discussion can using menti.com and enter the code 2573-1293. And we would like to invite on stage Miss Isman as the Deputy Vice Chancellor RMIT University. Please give a big applause.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Can I invite my fellow panelists to please join me on the stage? Because it's not a panel talk if I'm just talking. And we've got our named approaches. So if we have a slide with the Mentimeter information, that would be really useful to have behind us as we go forth today. Oh, I feel a long way away. Hello, colleagues. How are you?
Thank you.
If we can get everyone's microphones on. And importantly, there's a couple of Mentimeter interactive opportunities during this panel discussion. So we will have a conversation for about an hour, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. We'll see how we go. My name's Mish Eastman. As per the introduction, I have the privilege of being RMIT Deputy Vice Chancellor for our vocational education area and Vice President. And it is a delight for us as one of the key partners in our MOU to be bringing to life this session today and then a smaller workshop focused tomorrow as well. So thank you to our colleagues from the Australian Government, from CMMEA, from Infinite Learning and from Innovate Technopark, who together we are trying to deeply understand and shape what a meaningful solution to enhancing and growing Indonesia's cybersecurity readiness and skills solution might look like. So I have some really esteemed colleagues with us today. Firstly, I'll just pose a few reflections. Thank you to Professor Matt Warren for his presentation earlier, which I think had some excellent frameworks for us to look at exploring in today's conversation. And importantly is, I think that cybersecurity is full of complexity. There is no simple silver bullet solution. There is no easy approach to cybersecurity across the globe. However, how we respond as a neighbourhood when we think about the region of ASEAN, how we share insights, priorities, solutions, talent to help us solve for this complex world, I think is part of how we can lean in and accelerate using expertise and using a framework that understands everyone's experiences without having to duplicate them and go through them ourselves. A couple of areas that were of particular attention for me was the acceleration of technology. So when we think about cybersecurity, it is not of its own. It is adjacent and fully integrated with AI and the accelerated world of what that looks like in, for me, coming from education, we are deeply aware of how quickly the world of generative AI is accelerating. every day, job roles and functions are changing because of generative AI. No truer area is that a demonstration than in cybersecurity and cyber resilience. So part of our challenge is thinking about how we prepare solutions for the next 3 and 5 years, not for the past 5 and 10 years. If we only plan for what was in our history, we won't be able to prepare safely for our future. And the other, I think, area of clarity, thank you, Matt, was also about that integration and acceleration around global criminal networks. So coming to solve challenges with only the mindset of government, only the mindset of organisations that are purpose-led, will also create flaws for us if we don't engage with understanding the mindset of the organisations that we are trying to protect and defend against, and how we do that on a way that is scalable and that creates assurance and response, and importantly resilience, learning from each situation within our region so that we can help shape what the next level of skills, infrastructure, technology and rounded solutions needs to look like. So that was just a few of my takeaways. Thank you, Matt. We will come to some of this in due course, but to start with, I'd like to open with some insights. See, these young gentlemen can see that screen. I can't read that at all. My eyes are too old and they won't work. I need to go to the really big screen over here. So I'm going to open by asking my colleague Hiep from RMIT Vietnam to provide us with some insights around the Vietnam context. From a local and regional perspective, there are some really challenging and curious statistics around Vietnam and surrounding countries and communities within the region. So Hiep, if I could ask you for your opening observations, please.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Miss. Morning, everyone. Very honored to be here today and share some of the perspective from cybersecurity, even though I could probably more mention about Vietnam, but you probably will see some common themes, and patterns that might happen across the region and in Indonesia. So Vietnam is only about 2.5-hour flight from Jakarta, not very far away. We have 100 million people, with 80 million have access to internet, and pretty much the same rate that have smartphone with the internet. And we have like 30 million mobile banking user. So you see the level of digital penetrations in the society is very high. And Vietnam is one of the early adopter of pretty much anything new come onto the digital landscape. Cryptocurrency, mobile banking, e-commerce, and especially now the government have pushed strongly for digital transformation, like digital economies, digital government, and digital society. And we aim to achieve like 40% of the GDP will be contributed by digital economies. And because of that rate, we have also suffered a lot from cybersecurity risks. I have some statistics here that about half of the organization in Vietnam in 2024 reported some level of attacks. Yeah? And then ransomware, advanced persistent threats, phishing attacks are most common threats in Vietnam. And also, in the last few years, I think the country have improved substantially because of the awareness, because of the losses from cybersecurity. So in 2024, we now reach the top 41 country in the world in terms of cybersecurity index. And in Indonesia, pretty much score the same ranking. So we're on the top of the world. So even though we suffer a lot from cybersecurity risks, but also I would say that we are well kind of on the way to cope with the challenges. Yeah. And some of the upcoming changes that I can see in Vietnam is that the government now look at a more concerted, multifaceted approach to cybersecurity. For example, we develop new law, cybersecurity law. Before it was fragmented and it managed by multiple ministry, and now it's like more centralized. And also we expand the law to cover new risks from cloud computing, IoT, crypto. I'm not sure in Indonesia, but in Vietnam, for example, we still do not allow cryptocurrency trading, even though people do buy and sell them, but it's not legal, right? And we look at that sandbox, to try to let people to deal in a safe and controlled manner, right? And so I would say overall it is a global challenges, and Vietnam is actually on the top of that challenges as well, because we are adopting a lot of digital innovations, and in doing so, we also kind of exposed to a lot of global risks. Okay, so that's some of my observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. Scott, I'm going to come to you next, and I think ask for your reflections both on the context setting that we've had this morning, certainly I think the regional insights from HIEP, and the global experience and approach, and I think some of the recommendations around how we might look to tackle this challenge, particularly with an Indonesian context.
Certainly. Thank you. And I'd just like to reflect, because I also can't see that screen, but I can see this. And what's very interesting here is that by far capacity building or cyber capacity development is a really big issue for many of you. And I sort of see capacity development and technical actually as interdependent, because ultimately a lot of our cybersecurity challenges that we have will not be saved by events like this. These events facilitate, but actually at the end of the day we need operational responses to the many threats that we face. Just to provide a little bit of global context perhaps, given Mish asked me to provide a bit of big picture stuff. What was very interesting in 2023, in September 2023, ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Agency, published a report which for the first time ever gave very concrete evidence of the nature of the threat landscape globally. Now, their research found that 67%, or two-thirds, over two-thirds, of all cyber threats are supply chain and third party. Now, why does that matter? Well, as Matt had his whole critical infrastructure map with all the different sectors, this is really important because if more than two-thirds of all cyber threats are third party and supply chain, it highlights the importance of having an interrelated and interconnected ecosystem of both threat information sharing and also cyber vulnerability information sharing. Because if you're working in isolated, siloed sectors, none of them are going to be able to address the information gap that you need to take a proactive security posture. So I think that's very important overarching issue that in respect to critical infrastructure, we can have this conversation today. And I think it was the gentleman, His Excellency from the BSSN, I think it was, who talked about the geopolitical landscape. Sadly, for better or for worse, the geopolitical environment globally has changed. It's changed radically and rapidly. And I think what it highlights to me as a cybersecurity practitioner is that actually we have one thing we can depend on, and that is sovereignty. The sovereignty of Indonesia, the patriotism of Indonesian cybersecurity practitioners to want to defend their country and their critical infrastructure. And so really with critical infrastructure now on the front line of modern warfare, as we've seen in Ukraine with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, as we see in this region with China's activity against Taiwan only last year in September, 5 major sectors of critical infrastructure were taken offline for multiple days, and that was in coordination with the largest military exercise between Russia and China in the Sea of Japan in September last year. So we see critical infrastructure is now on the front line of modern warfare, and it is attacked before a bullet is fired and before a bomb is dropped. Now that is very important for us to think about, because what it means is Indonesia's critical infrastructure threat information and vulnerability information should be seen by Indonesians first. And before it's shared globally, it needs to be understood for what are the implications for Indonesia and how does it respond. As a good global partner like Australia, we want to collaborate with all friendly countries to stabilize the cybersecurity environment globally. But how do we do this in an operational way? Well, it has to start with building sovereign or data sovereign capabilities that are owned by Indonesia and Indonesian industry in particular. I'm interested in the industry side, not the government side, and how industry can collaborate together to defend themselves and each other much more effectively in this new and complexly and rapidly evolving landscape, but keeping Indonesia at the front of mind before we get to ahead of the game and thinking about global sharing. Have to really start locally and then think globally.
Thanks, Scott, for those opening thoughts. Alphonse, I'm going to come to you. We've got these lovely labels, but I'm too short, so they're blocking my eye view. You are able to bring, I think, some really interesting local context, and particularly when we look at your work in creating cybersecurity awareness for leaders as well. So based on what you've heard from Matt and Scott and myself, I'm interested in your opening thoughts to challenge us today and potentially challenge everyone in the room about what are the areas of particular focus and intent we should give our efforts behind.
In Indonesia, our position is in Southeast Asia, probably the most populous countries. We are the fourth most populous, and now our internet access is around maybe the four, and on some application we are number one on X or some of that, and we have a very unique users that can and very active. Now, talking about cybersecurity, it is also very unique in our country also. So some things happen in the several years is we have a lot of data breach, mostly from government institution, and we really have to learn from that and do a lot of things to that. And talking about this 5 point, the legal, organizational capacity, technical, and cooperation, in most of it, we need improvement. So, for example, in legal, so we know that the law is always cannot catch up with technology advancement. So the technology always comes up. And for example, we have one law called PDP. To make that law happen, it took us 5 years, while the threat is changing. And when we approved that law 2 years ago, until today, we still don't have the body to run that PDP. So that's the first challenge. And also the organizational challenge is if the data used for cybercrime, then of course we have to give a good example of if you break the law, then you have to face consequences. But the problem is our law officer have lack of knowledge, and the case is too much, maybe 1,000 to 10,000 a day. So we don't have enough resources. So we need to some breakthrough to face it. For what breakthrough? For example, people use fake ID because of the leak of Indonesian ID information. They use the fake form, and they use the real information but the fake form, and they go to the bank and they can open a bank account. So because of that, so other approach have to be done. So even though it is not the bank's fault, but it's the institution who not protecting the data correctly, but the bank have to do KYC, a good KYC. So they have to use a special tools, a special like EDC. To every time you want to open an account, where is your ID? Then we have to scan it. If it is original, then it has a chip there. Then you can identify it and you can open an account. But if it's not, you have to grab that. So that's one example. So even though the bank is not the one to blame of this data leak, but they are the one who have to take the action.
Thank you. So noting, as you did, Scott, I think the interesting reflections from the community that we're talking to, sorry about my back, is spread across capacity development, legal, technical, and then cooperation and organisational. I don't think any is not relevant necessarily. But if we're thinking around the most improvement from Indonesia, around capacity development in particular, what would that look like from, Scott, I'm going to start with you for your insights, and then I'm going to come to Hep and Alphonse, and then I'll wrap up with some of my own observations. So if we are wanting to really focus on assisting and working within Indonesia, working with and within Indonesia to uplift capacity development, what might be one or two key areas of important focus from your perspective, Scott?
Well, I don't work in the capacity development side of things, I'll be very honest. I used to be a university educator like yourself, Mish, so I have a passion and a love for education in general. But the last 10 years I've worked as a cyber threat intelligence professional in the global finance sector. Now, what I would say is that before you can do anything, planning or anything, what you actually need to understand is what is the nature of the threat environment facing Indonesia, what is the nature of the threat environment facing certain types of sectors in Indonesia, so that you can understand the types of skill sets and capabilities and technologies you may even need. So I guess my fundamental message is all countries need to take a threat-led and threat-informed approach to the allocation of resources, which are very scarce, to where the greatest need is. Now, if you're not threat-led and threat-informed based on the actual evidence of the threat activity, how do you know that you're making a wise investment decision on anything? You don't, actually. So I think that's, for me, one of the things that I'm quite keen to talk to many of you here today and tomorrow about is how can we help as an international non-government organisation that's focused on cyber capacity building, how can we help Indonesian security practitioners help their country to protect themselves better by using a proven threat-led, threat-informed model, which was what we've proven in Australia through Critical Infrastructure, ISAC Australia, because we're giving all of that intellectual property and capabilities away so that Indonesia can have a capability to then start making these very difficult decisions around resource allocation. So it has to really, without running down the path and then thinking, have we gone down the right path, we need to really talk about some very foundational issues around the evidence to support decision making. But even, I mean, the big problem, even in advanced economies with big banks who have got loads of resources, I can tell you I've worked with CISOs from the biggest banks in the world, and many of them can't tell me what the difference between, a definitional difference between what is cyber threat and what is cyber risk. Now they're different, they're interrelated, but they're different. And until we can start talking about concepts, having clarity around concepts and then how we measure those concepts, even without that, it's really hard to even make the next step to where do we spend the money? So yeah, that would be my sort of take on this, is without looking I'm not in the capacity building space, I don't run training as such, but I'd say, well, the training and capacity building that's done must be based on evidence, and therefore we need to look at threats and develop for every country, not just Indonesia or Australia, but all countries, they need that sovereign capability where it's data sovereign, they've got their own people who are collecting and aggregating threat information, analysing it, and then passing that back to industry so they can make their own informed decisions around how to allocate resources. I hope that helps.
Absolutely, thank you. Could I just ask our tech team, can we go back to the first Mentimeter slide for live time, please? Because otherwise I'm going to get really confused. It doesn't mean participants can't be contributing, but we'll just go back to the first one. Yep. And then we'll come to the data of the second one imminently. Your thoughts around capacity development, and I think, Scott, importantly, getting back to foundational agreements and clarity is a really crucial piece for us to have a proper discussion around. And if we're chasing down one path of capacity development without understanding baseline agreements about priority sectors, what standard definitions look like, what good looks like versus what excellent looks like, I think there's some really key elements in there that Scott is inviting many of you to connect with him throughout the course of the next 2 days around. Yep, your thoughts on capacity development and areas of prioritisation for focus. Because if we try to do, my philosophy is, if you try to do everything all at once, you're not going to do anything very well. You're going to be scurrying in all sorts of different directions.
Right, thanks. I'm in education, so yes, I am more specialized in training and capacity development. And very much like in education, before we teach something or we offer a degree, we need to know what the market needs. What are the skill gaps, what are the knowledge gap. And we have a lot of saying say, we don't know what we don't know. So I would say that the first step would be to assess the capability, capability maturity level, for example. And in cybersecurity, we have that model. So at a country level, at the organization level, or industry level, you would probably have a bit of capability assessment, see what is missing. And sometimes people don't actually know that they need those skills, right? And the next step is once we know the gap, when we know the shortage, then we find who the best provider, right? And in fact, I reflect on the program that we have been conducting with the Department of Foreign Trade, Foreign Trade and Affairs Australia, that when we initiated the Critical Infrastructure Cooperation Programs, where the DFED funded our cybersecurity center in Melbourne together with the Vietnam base, we then conducted a number of trainings to more than 2,000 professionals in mediums and large organizations in Vietnam in a range of industry. And the thing we noticed is that a lot of people actually, they have IT staff. They have some cybersecurity professional. But what they're missing is a lot of the soft aspects of cybersecurity. And we're talking about culture, leadership, awareness. The soft sides of cybersecurity, and those are hard to train. Because to build a cybersecurity culture in a small firms, to a country, to an industry, it takes a lot of time and take a lot of, it's from top to bottom. So that means from the government, they need to have clear rules and regulation. You can develop a lot of capability, but there's no framework, for them to enforce, for them to standardize. That leads to a lot of inefficiency. And security need to be protected, secure at own level. We're talking about the weak link. It's just one link that's broken, the whole cybersecurity strategy will not work, right? So then, once you have that framework, you have that legal systems, have the government agencies that really lead the initiative, and then we talk about partnership. That means capacity in partnership, right? It works across the industry. On the bank, for example, in Vietnam now, have started to work together to reduce frauds. Because as you know, bank transfer money across banks, And sometimes they just hold the information to themselves, and it's hard to really, have that. So, yeah, just to summarize that, the capability is to assess the shortage, the skill, the missing capabilities, and then we find a provider that more reliable, have track records. Also, use the best practice. Some of the country like Australia, for example, we have very high standards. We can utilize that to bring on to and adopt rather than everything we have to build from scratch. Also, capability in partnership. It may not be directly to an individual, but it really to build that leverage, that capability from other countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia. That's when we can build in a much more effective and efficient manner. Yeah.
Scott, I can see you wanting to just tap in on that concept of sharing, collaborating, and as well as maintaining.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
efficiency.
One of the things that really caught my attention is the role of governments. So the challenge of all governments is that they are also the regulator of markets. So if you're the regulator of the finance sector and the health sector and every sector as they are, then it's very difficult for industry to share, including banks, if the government is the controller of the information sharing, cyber threat information sharing. And what we saw in Australia, certainly, after the SOCI Act came into effect, is that, and this was publicly reported by the Australian Signals Directorate itself in the media, that industry stopped sharing with it. And I can tell you from the CIISAC Australia membership base, who we spoke to after we saw this media report, they said that we're not going to share, their legal counsels had advised them to stop sharing information with the Australian government sharing network. So this is where the role of industry is very, very important, because there is a regulatory conflict of interest between industry and government. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there are some sectors of our critical infrastructure ecosystem that are incredibly poor. They have no money to spend on cybersecurity. So the role of governments, in my view, is what government's always supposed to do, which is when there's a market failure for the provision of public goods, the government conducts a market intervention, and it creates the right incentives and the right frameworks so that industry can then have this market failure resolved. And in Australia, just this year, we've had a fantastic, and I can't say how grateful CIISAC Australia is for the Australian government's support as a not-for-profit organisation, but the Australian government decided to allocate $6.4 million through a competitive grant to CIISAC Australia for a health sector threat information sharing community. Why is this an important market intervention? Well, every dollar any government spends on health normally goes into the delivery of health outcomes, cancer treatment, maternity wards, primary health. As this sector rapidly digitalises, where does the additional budget come from to protect the expanding attack surface of their cyber footprint, right? So, well, it doesn't exist. But what does exist is scale. In Australia alone, a country of only 25 million people, think about how many times bigger Indonesia is than that, right? But even in Australia, there's 8,000 health organisations in Australia. What they have in their advantage is scale. The challenge is, the market failure is they're not networked together to acquire the delivery of this public good, this cybersecurity service. So what the Australian government did is they spent $6.4 million and said, right, we're going to put the right incentives in place. We're getting a not-for-profit organisation, so it's not about making money, which is very important because it should be about defending the country and its citizens' health data. They put this money in, and what it's enabled all of the health sector to do is get free membership for the first 2 years at least. So at least they can adopt. So it breaks the market failure of the cost of entry to enter that market and get provision of cybersecurity services. And what that then does at the end of this 2-year program that we're currently 6 months into, we will have, because of that market intervention from the government, we will now have all of these health sector organisations networked. Now then we have the hope of a new future, because 8,000 organisations in one country can all afford to pay a tiny amount to get a socialised or nationalised solution. Now that public good is being provided. So I think, to Phan's point around the roles of government, I think First thing is governments need to recognise the limitations of their power and be prepared to trade off the control, which governments like. They like control, but it's a false sense of control. Because as Australia proves, and happy to share the lesson, the more the government tries to strangle control, the less they get the outcome. By releasing the grip and providing the right ecosystem, it's the outcome and the sharing activity that we're seeing in the health sector right now in Australia has spiked massively, and the ability for us to defend individual organisations and the collective health sector in Australia is rapidly improving because government said, hey, we want to intervene to provide the right incentives to correct the market failure, provide those public goods, and let industry manage itself. So that's what I wanted to add there.
And I think those core principles about sharing, learning, thinking about resource management in a way that is going to be achievable for different sectors is really important. It's not a one-size-fits-all model ever. Alphonse, your thoughts on capacity development to really target the most improvement from Indonesia to be a regional leader in cybersecurity maturity. What's one of the thoughts that you had when you're seeing that that's the top priority that everyone in this room is thinking needs close attention?
Some good news for us is in security, it is not always parallel that if you have more money, you can get more secure. It is not always like that. It is a discipline that can make difference. And you can have the same solution with a cheaper price tag, but the same effort, like you go open source and do a lot of other things, but for sure you have to work harder. You have to look deeper. So that it is not always the same. That's the first thing. The second thing is security is more the challenging point of security is changing the habit. It's not you buy a good product, expensive product, you don't implement it, or you don't change your habit. It's like a diet. Yeah, everybody know. We know that if you want to be healthy, you have to eat less sugar and try to do exercise. Maybe we can do that for 1 to 3 weeks. We can do that, but after that, we get back to our habit. So it's the same like security. So, for example, how many of us have password manager? How many of us have implement multi-factor authentication on all of our account? So that is basic. So if we can change that, then we can be more secure. What I give you example is the personal. In corporate, actually, there is a lot, so many guidance. You want to be secure, you just follow it. There's so many. ISO 27001, 277001, or PCI DSS. To say it is simple, but when you have to read all of it, and when you have to implement all of it and make it a habit, that's the challenge, I think.
Yes. And certainly I would echo, I think, elements. So bringing my education, skills and training experience to this conversation, it is a combination of all of those elements. So what is required? Where is the gap? Where is the area of greatest focus? And what that looks like for the banking and finance sector can be quite different to what that looks like for the health sector, can be quite different to what that looks like for the education sector. However, the core principle about cyber resilience and readiness is as what I call a foundational skill. So thinking about the combination of technical expertise and leadership within that expectation and language, as well as personal accountability. So I'm interested in the anomaly of you can start your new personal training program for 3 weeks and then you give up and go back and instead of choosing your carrot out of the fridge, you might choose a piece of chocolate. I don't know. However, likening that then to your password, your personal authentication, how many things am I using the same password for, and increasing my own personal risk as well as my organisation's risk. That's a really interesting element, I think, for when you're looking at capacity development and that link between personal and collective accountability in solving what can be seen as an intractable challenge versus a structural one. I might get the team to put the second Mentimeter question. So thank you to everyone from the audience for participating so fully. This was around which of the following is the most pressing cybersecurity challenge currently facing the Asia-Pacific region. And linked in here, so if you haven't had a click through on your Mentimeter, please do, because we've got smaller numbers against here. So some of those will start to rise now that is back on the board. At the moment, leading is ransomware and financially motivated cybercrime as the most pressing challenge. So if we think about that concept, I'd like to lead back to some statistics that Matt provided in his opening data, looking at workforce. So I think some of the requirements that were being projected were around 60,000 or 600,000 workers needed in Indonesia. I mean, most startling, where's my notes here, was the number of small to medium enterprises that are in Indonesia, let alone if we think about the Asia-Pacific region, which was more than the number of Australians that we have. So small to medium enterprises structurally often require the most support and have the most limited amount of investment capability compared to larger organisations. But create an ecosystem that works in a country and a business and a community context really well. However, if that is then translating to cyber risk that can proliferate and attacks by ransomware agents or cybercrime organisations, how and what might bridging that gap look like? I might come to you. Yep.
So the challenge here is how the SME organization can cope with ever increasing threats. When I look at this question, if the audience here, anyone in the IT industry, remember that back about 10 years ago or 15 years ago, where every company have a web server, a database server, an email server set up on premises. We call it on-premises system, right? That 10, 15 years ago. And how many companies can afford to have that? Especially for a company that's 5 people, 10 people. It's just too expensive. And now cloud computing have changed all of this. Yeah? Now every company can have a website, can have an email server in 10 minutes, in less than 10 minutes with Microsoft Azure, Google G Suite. So from my perspective, we need to look at an affordable, scalable, customizable security as a service. Because we can't really expect AI SME to put in money and staff to take care of cybersecurity like a large organization. And when we talk to organizations, probably the first question when they ask about improving the security is, where's the money, right? How can I afford this? And in fact, I have seen some of the startup security company in Vietnam have built security as a service. And all they need is that just subscribe to online security services, and then the software, the solution will simply just go in the system, check every vulnerabilities, offer enhancements, remote access and support from the staff, at a very low cost. So I mean, one of the way to bridge the gap is really to provide an affordable, effective cyber security as a service just like we have email services, cloud services, web server. And then I would say that, that will probably increase the protection for SME. In addition to many other aspects like trainings, right, a bit of a mindset about cybersecurity, because we have a lot of kind of misperception about that we are a very small company. We don't have much kind of valuable assets that to be attacked, but in fact, Vietnam is actually one of the countries that had been used as a launchpad to attack other countries. Same as SME company, their computer, their resources can be used to attack someone else. And in some days, they would have to be responsible for it, not because I'm not attacking, I've been hacked, and not that your computer, you are responsible for it. So yeah, that is from a more technical perspective, provide affordable, scalable, effective solution for SME.
And I think that critical point about small companies potentially being targeted to then infiltrate other areas as well is a really important component. When you were sharing some of the statistics about number of Vietnamese companies that were represented, when you are looking at pure data about where cyber attacks are coming from, there was a heavy surge in Vietnam and I think now in Cambodia, if I'm correct. And that's not because all the cyber attackers in the world live in Vietnam or in Cambodia. It's because technology is enabling this second and third hand, from a non-technical person, approach. Is that correct? Yep.
Yeah, it is. So in fact, as you know that Vietnam is like the top 5 sources of attack globally. That means our resources, our computer, like Vietnam, have been used to launch financial frauds, denial of service to other to global markets. And recently, we have a lot of phone scams originated from Cambodia. So the Vietnamese Vietnamese criminals, they based in Cambodia would probably have more relaxing legal check and policing, and then they came and attack it back to the consumer in Vietnam because they feel safe, right? It's hard to catch them if they are. And now with technology, with internet, telephone, you don't even know where they're from. It's virtually that there's no border, there's no sovereignty that you can really separate. So protect yourself is actually to protect order.
That's right.
And in fact, in my research, for example, we're looking at how you can encourage the employees to protect the security of the organization. And we look at social marketing as a theoretical foundation, because for cybersecurity, it's not just about you, it's about order. So if you do something good for yourself, you actually protect others. And that it's a social responsibility and make people feel that more personally responsible for something that may not damage themselves, but to the order, to the organization. So it's a bit of change in the mindset as well.
Yeah. I'll come to you in a tick. I'm going to go to Alphonse next around this question of ransomware and cybercrime accelerating within the Asia-Pacific region as well as within Indonesia. What are some of the opportunities for us to think about building on the conversation that's happened so far? And I guess I'm really interested in your reflections, Alphonse, about how we might solve for that phenomena which is there.
Ransomware was caused by three things that make it possible. The first is encryption. The positive things for encryption is for securing our connection, but like a thief, they use a knife to for bad purpose. So they encrypt people's data. They only them have the private key. Then they have to pay. And the second thing is the Tor, the onion router. So the onion router makes it for the bad guys to, harder to be traced. They jump several computer or server before they get that. But the third thing is the main things besides the encryption is the cryptocurrency. Before cryptocurrency, it is not possible to do a reliable ransomware because whenever you get payment, you can easily get tracked. But with this cryptocurrency, then it is booming. And because the cryptocurrency is transnational, so usually the bad guys doing ransomware business is from other countries. So it really needs that cooperation between Interpol and so it is hard. It is very hard to face. So what we have to do is just to strengthen ourselves. So usually we just encourage our user, customers, small and medium enterprise or big enterprise. You have to do a discipline, do a backup, or do a backup to the cloud and separate it from your network so your backup doesn't get encrypted. But there is other worrying things happen. Ransomware evolved itself to be extortionware. So if the ransomware actor can get into your system and they download your data, then they ask payment from you, but you say, I have already backed up, I don't want to pay. Okay, then they go extort. Okay, you don't want to pay, your data is on our hand, and we will publish it. So that is another challenge, that is growing challenge. So we have to think about it, maybe using DLP to solve it. So it is a growing challenge and a lot of homework to do.
Thank you. Scott, you had a few thoughts, I think, about both parts of the conversation. Yep.
Yeah, I think everyone... so I'm actually a New Zealand citizen as well. And in New Zealand, we have this thing called the number 8 fencing wire mentality. What that means is that we can fix any problem with a piece of fencing wire. That, I think, is a big problem for SMEs. They have the similar kind of thing in every country. To give you some context, in Australia, 97%, which is huge, right? Nearly the total economy, of the wealth of the country comes from small and medium enterprises. Only the top 200 index, top 200 companies is only 3%. Think about that for a moment. What we have here with SMEs is a problem of collective action. That is the problem we have. Because again, they have scale. The problem that they have is being able to access goods because they don't have the money, as Ben mentioned. But collectively, they could all contribute a very, $1, 10 rupiah, whatever it might be, to a nationalized solution. And I think this is where we need to start thinking very differently. We need to solve the collective action problem. So how do we do that? Well, there's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of SMEs. So it's about how do we create a mechanism for them to collect to a nationalized service that can provide the trusted environment for sharing and aggregation and analysis of threats. Because the other thing small and medium enterprises think, and we know from the experience in Australia, they think, I'm so small, I have nothing of value to share. That's not true. Actually, threat observations that they see in their day-to-day business alone don't mean much. But when you've got a network of thousands of nodes in a national network that you can leverage, you start to actually get a very interesting picture. So all small and medium enterprises need to firstly realize they have a role to play and they have something to contribute of high value, actually, even though it's on a small scale. And so really what we've done in Australia is provided a mechanism that allows the big to help the small. Because even the biggest banks in Australia, they're very well defended. I've worked with all of them. The problem is, what is their supply chain? What are their third parties? If they aren't actively helping those smaller to medium enterprises who are in their supply chain, okay, if they don't help them, then I can guarantee you they will be attacked through that supply chain. It's just a matter of time. So it's in the very narrow, selfish interests of big companies to play a role in contributing, because they can pay more, they can afford to pay more, to subsidize in a way through this whole of nation effort the small and medium enterprises to gain access. Now, there's a lot of other quality assurance problems that exist. As a small to medium enterprise, I might outsource my security to a managed security provider, an MSSP or MSP. Now, even as a small to medium enterprise, how do I know, given I know nothing about cybersecurity, I pay you 10,000 Australian dollars to manage my security, and I just trust that you can do that. There's no ability for me as a small to medium enterprise to validate and quality assure what service you provide. Again, collective power. All the small and medium enterprises that join a sovereign entity like a CISAC Indonesia, for example, what they are able to secure through that membership to that not-for-profit is collective power. So what they can then do as part of the CISAC Indonesia's membership agreement, they get a delegation of authority. As a small to medium enterprise, they give that to their vendor, the MSSP. Now the vendor has to recognize that actually the company doesn't own the SME's data. That's the SME's data, actually. And so now there's a contractual obligation on the MSSP to every day share their observations of the threat landscape, not only to their customer, but also to the national not-for-profit that's managing the aggregation nationally. Now, that's a huge quality assurance mechanism on the MSSP now, because at the end of every day when they're submitting their threat assessment, if you subsequently find, if I find that you failed to defend my network 2 weeks later, I actually have a report from you that was a review of all the observed indicators at the end of each day. Now, if on forensic review we find that compromise was 2 weeks ago, that means you failed to discharge your duty as my MSSP under the contract. Now that SME actually has legal grounds to take action. With no evidence base, we can never do that. This is about making sure everyone in the ecosystem delivers value. And unless you get the right governance and political balance of power between governments, private sector security providers, like the big ones and the small ones, MSSPs, and industry owners and business owners, we're never going to be able to solve this problem. So it's very much a collective action one.
Thank you. We rapidly run out of time because the conversation is intriguing, challenging, brings different perspectives. I think some of the themes for us to really wrap around include sharing of capability, sharing of priority sectors, thinking about how in our ASEAN region we can work as neighbours to build not only independent country capability, but also a neighbourhood of capability. Because if we do not do that collectively and with some level of transparency and shared capacity building and shared ownership, we do end up with disparate, non-effective solutions that create risk rather than solve for risk. The other bit I'll close with is for all of the great systems, structures and frameworks, we need great people to be able to do that, who have the appetite and the skills to provide both leadership and context around it, as well as technical capability and skill within it itself. So could you please join me in thanking our wonderful panellists, Scott, Alphonse and Hiep. Thank you. Oh, we should do a photo. And we should do a photo.
Thank you. Once again, let's give a big applause for our panelists and our moderator. And also, thank you for all the audience because for your participation in the live discussion. Our session is becoming more interesting and deeper, right? And I believe for the next session, we're gonna talk more interesting, more enjoy, and more deeper. And make sure, don't go anywhere because in the moment we're gonna have a lunch, but make sure we're gonna come back to this place at 1:15. And Please. Yeah.
Okay, so for lunch, if you have a special dietary requirement, please kindly approach one of the chefs near the lift, and they will provide you a meal for you accordingly for your requirements.
Okay.
And yeah,
And
after
for
this,
the next session, we're gonna talking about securing critical infrastructure with the moderator, Mr. James Karnadi, as a Chief Strategy Officer at Innovate Tech Farm, and we have panelists, Ms. Pandu Sastrawardoyo as the Director of Blocksphere, Mr. Richie Glenn Yaparanandi as a CEO at Innovate and Chairman at Kading Belitung, Mr. Scott Flower, CISEC Australia, Ms. Asih Karnengsih as a Chairperson at Blockchain Association, and Mr. Agustinus Tobing as a Security Assurance Lead at AWS Indonesia. So make sure and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So welcome back for all participants. I hope you guys had your lunch already.
Yeah, and I hope
How's
you
your
enjoy the lunch.
Yes. How's your lunch, Rafael?
I'm good. Actually, I like the food. How about you?
All of the foods are very delicious, right?
I'm already full right
I know,
now.
right? Okay, so now we are going to have a transition to our next panel, which is the second panel, securing critical infrastructure, building a resilient economy, and the role of public-private partnerships. This session will explore collaborative approaches to safeguarding essential digital and physical systems.
And also this panel will be led by Mr. James Carnady as a Chief Strategy Officer of Innovate Tech Farm. And also we have 5 panelists for this one. The first one, Ms. Pandu Sastrowardoyo as a Director of Blocksphere.
Next, we will have Mr. Richie Glenn Yapranandi as a CEO from Innovate or a Chairman at Kadin Belitung.
Mr. Scott Flower, CISEC Australia.
Ms. Asih Karnengningsih, Chairperson of Blockchain Association.
And last but not least, Mr. Agustinus Tobing as a Security Assurance Lead at EAWS Indonesia. And for all audience can join the Q&A at menti.com with code 75239043. Once again, for all the audience who want to asking the question, you can join to menti.com with code 75239043. And we would like to welcome Mr. James Carnady on stage. Let's give applause.
To call our first speaker, Ibu Pandu. Let's give a round of a big applause. Pak Richie, CEO of Innovate. I think he's the biggest host for today, maybe. And we can see a lot of cheering. And the next, we have our very special speaker, Mr. Scott Flower. Let's welcome him on stage. And also Bu Asi. I think I can hear more applause than this. I think we can do better. Okay, and the last one, we have Mas Nico or Agustinus Tobing up on stage. The last must be the best. I think we can open our Menti. The code is given by the MC, but I will repeat it again. Maybe we can have the Menti. I think this will be the biggest and the most interesting panel, maybe. Let's see. We have 5 people on board. And yeah, you can scan the QR or join the Menti with code 63274420. I'll give you around another 15 seconds to scan the code so we can all join the discussion greatly. Yeah, I see some people is already ready. Can we enter? Okay, let's see. The first will be communications or komunikasi. And I think we can start on the first question first, which is about communications. Oh. Interesting. Okay, let's log communication first. Statistically, I think this will be number 1. Okay. Geographic spread across thousands of islands. This is an interesting question. And I will put my first question to maybe Scott. As you mentioned at the previous session about continuity and about cross borders, So what are the economic implications of failing to protect critical infrastructure from cyber threats? Can you elaborate?
That's a very, very tough question after lunch and very difficult to answer. I guess maybe one of the ways that I can talk about that is all of you contributed your vote to what was most important to Indonesia. And you mentioned, James, as a country of thousands of islands, it's not surprising to me to see that telecommunications is an area of greatest concern. And in every country, I would argue that actually the communications or telecommunications sector is the backbone on which every other critical infrastructure sector, if you like to call it that, will depend on. And so these critical interdependencies mean that, you know, the focus in terms of the priority list of how we go about trying to defend our critical infrastructure, it therefore makes it very clear in terms of a priority list, communication should be right up there because it's the operating technology upon which everything else depends. Now I notice health jumped to second place just before we changed the slide. That's a really good thing to observe from all of you as well, because actually every single one of you has your personal identifiable data or even maybe your financial data in a general practitioner clinic or a primary health clinic or a hospital system somewhere. So it actually is a really huge target in terms of the attack surface and the sensitivity of the information. So I think from my perspective in terms of the financial sector, yes, it's seen as that's the richest target, but actually now that nation states are much more active in terms of their contribution to the threat activity we're observing, we need to realize that actually things like health and communications, as the recent series of typhoons, the salt typhoons, etc., you know, being very much focused on telecommunications sector, that sort of should be our warning bell, I guess, our canary in the coal mine. But it really, the challenge is, we know from studying, if you work in the cyber threat intelligence game like I do, the threat actors, they're not very fussy actually. They're not very picky. Most threat actors don't target just one or even two sectors. In fact, they target everything because it's a numbers game, effectively. So what that means is that we cannot, in terms of us as defenders, we cannot take a siloed or sector-specific approach. We have to be cross-sector integrated. And this is why in Australia, with my co-founder and the team of volunteers, we built the world's first truly fully integrated cross-sector information sharing and analysis center, or ISAC, to be able to help defender organizations collect and share information to be aggregated at the national level to make sure we actually have like a radar, you know, like a radar dish at the airport. The bigger the radar dish is possible, the more people who contribute more information, so the bigger the radar screen. And we're actually able to identify and detect, which are key elements of the NIST framework, which many countries adopt. You need to identify and detect at scale, as a whole of nation, and we can then start to see, once that sharing activity is happening, where the threats truly lie. Is it communications? Is it maybe health? Is it water infrastructure, energy? But it should be driven by the evidence at hand. And so, James, you mentioned trust. Okay, it doesn't happen without trust, but it's easy to say we have to share more, we have to trust each other. Very difficult, very difficult. Because government, for example, as I mentioned in the first board that I was on speaking this morning, governments have a regulatory conflict of interest in a way. They regulate markets, and therefore if they try and control the cyber information sharing networks for industry, industry will never share because they're afraid that will have an impact on their commercial operations. So there needs to be trust, firstly, between governments and industry as partners. That's the first level of trust. But even within industry, you need to have trust that is not just based on Richie and I knowing each other personally. There has to be trust in the governance frameworks and also the technical systems that we use to facilitate the sharing of operational information, because it's not really very good for all of us to just be in the same Signal chat or Telegram chat, and when there's an incident, I'm sharing this information to you guys. How do you know if it's accurate? How do you know if it's not a false positive? How do you know if it's credible or reliable? You don't. And I don't either. I'm just getting it and sharing it. And that's the big problem with these informal sharing arrangements. No governance, no or poor technical systems, and the inability to aggregate scientifically and analyze. So, but trust is a key part.
Thank you, Scott. I think I would like to highlight that it's about the skills, maybe, the governance, the actual skills, the soft skill. So it leads to our second question, and it's basically what the crowd has chosen. 18 is the most biggest numbers, and it's about how the lack of skill in cybersecurity professionals. So I would like to ask this question to Pandu. So in regarding to the skills section, maybe I would bridge it in a question. What are the economic implications, how can the public and private sectors cooperate more effectively to secure critical infrastructure?
Sure. I'm going to answer this, but like it's probably not very skills related. It's more related to what Scott just mentioned. A way to sort of like track threats that is actually a public-private partnership is actually really required when we're talking about cybersecurity. We need to make sure that it's like, and the way to do it is obviously it's very difficult for industry to share, like as you said. Which is why I think there's a lot of techniques I come from crypto, right? I come from blockchain. The way we do zero knowledge proofs, for example, and the way we do that in terms of sharing in a way that is, that still maintains like traceability and the veracity of data, but we can share is actually something that's very important. That's something that I think we can't really have a security strategy for a country if we don't actually have this. In terms of skills in particular, though, I see that there's a lot of like incentives right now to become like blockchain professionals, crypto professionals, because there's money there, right? Like there's a lot of people moving into crypto, and there's a lot of people actually trying to do, crypto startups, etc. Right? And that's actually something that is related to this. It's simple. If you want more skills, make incentives for it. It's not something that can be done artificially as well. Like you can actually do it with grants, obviously, but like, is that sustainable? Right? Like, I mean, if Indonesia needs to have an actual cybersecurity industry, an industry, right? Not just a centralized government entity that actually takes care of everything. That would actually provide incentives for Indonesians to do cybersecurity. So I think it all relates to each other, and that's my opinion. Again, not the opinion of any of my organizations, but that's my opinion.
Thank you. It's a very good highlight. I think all partners in private sectors and in government sectors, they need to have their role. Yes, Miss. That's the key highlight. And I think we have a lot of government and NGOs here, government bodies. We have private sectors as well. I hope this can engage to a future and a better cybersecurity backbone for Indonesia. And Ms. Asi, I think I have a good question for you. What are the challenges often arise when it comes to innovation, strategy, and also the development on the digital cybersecurity framework in Indonesia? What usually happens?
Thank you, Mas James. So what I've been seeing from my observations is how most of the systems that we have here in Indonesia are still very centralized, which also means that we depend on a very centralized surface, for example. And I think in one side, we understand that it's very effective in terms of monitoring, controlling, because again, it's centralized. There's one central control. But at the same time, we also understand that because of this centralized system, it's very easy to, doing some kind of attack or hacking and breach. And that's what we've been seeing also what happened in Indonesia at the moment, right? So with this centralized system, there's a lot of risks that could come. For example, like a low fault tolerance. So for example, like a server, and then we only depends on a few nodes, and then there's a critical nodes that's being compromised, then everything could, affect the whole operating system. For example, something happened actually like months ago, if I'm not mistaken. One of the operating systems in Indonesia was doing updating on their system, and then most of the laptop screens in Indonesia was blue for like a few hours. I don't know if you guys remember that. So that's a good example of how centralized system could be very risky on attack, or maybe just like natural disaster, something like that, and then the whole system can be down because of that critical nodes. The second thing is also about delay detection and response to intrusions. So most of the cases that we've seen, the attacker usually got into the system, and then it will actually take sometimes for them to do the next steps of their attack. But again, since the control system is very centralized, so it's very hard for the people who do the controlling to really see this anomaly, especially if it's like a very, a very minimum anomaly. And then when the attack is actually happened, that's when they realize, okay, it's already happened, And I think there are so many other risks that we've seen. That's the reason why we've been working closely with the government bodies, with the regulators to, come up with the more decentralized and more distributed solutions, since we believe that that could help, solve all these issues that we've been facing in Indonesia. Hope that answers, Mas.
This is very interesting because we know a lot of Indonesians, we do have mobile bankings, we have digital wallets, and we also have crypto in our wallets in Indonesia. It's quite common now. So I think Ms. Pandu has a very good relevant question. I would like to ask her, do you think that the blockchain wallets and also the e-wallets and mobile banking in Indonesia can be hacked? This is an interesting question. I think you guys need to really listen in this answer.
So obviously everything can be hacked, right? I mean, if they built like a bigger quantum computer tomorrow, like everything that it's under the umbrella of like fintech is gone, right? And but the thing that blockchain actually assists is so a lot of people asked me about FTX, for example. FTX wasn't an actual hack, but it was a huge issue, right? There's also a lot of hacks that happened, obviously, in crypto. So a lot of people ask me whether that proves that blockchain isn't safe. Now, the thing is, a lot of these cases are actually blockchain in name only. They claim to have decentralization, they claim to have the technologies under the hood to maintain the storage of your coins or whatever, but no, a lot of them are actually just using really old trading applications that they convert into a centralized exchange application, and that's a problem. So blockchain itself, though, the way blockchain is secured, the way it's secured using the number of nodes that actually achieve consensus each block, actually makes it one of the most secure technologies in the world. I mean, there are more secure. There's only one other technology that is more secure, which is quantum encryption. That's outside of the context of this. But crypto itself is the only way we can actually secure without actually trusting a central entity. And that sort of reframing of trust is something that people are not used to, right? So the reason you can lose your Bitcoin because you forgot the passphrase is because you actually have full sovereignty over your Bitcoin. There's no way to actually recover Bitcoin if you lose your ledger, if you lose your passphrase and ledger. So if you are hacked personally, you get hacked, but the Bitcoin network does not get hacked, right? So it is a different way of looking at things. Let's say in terms of being hacked, yes, it can be hacked, but the network itself, the blockchain that runs all of these, the only way it would take a substantial jump in technology to actually be able to hack the Bitcoin blockchain.
I think it's getting interesting. I think I see a lot of people looking their focuses, locking their gaze here in the stage. So I'd like to ask the next question to Pak Richie, the CEO of Innovate. We're talking about a lot of crypto backers. We're talking about a lot of cybersecurity conductors, but we have to know that beside the market growth, there needs to be a talent growth. So the question is, how can resource pooling between public and private entities enhance cyber resilience?
Yes, thank you, James. Yeah, I believe that one of the methods to connect the public partnership with the private is one is we call TVET, right? For the technical vocational standard. That's we are doing now with RMIT and also Infinite Learning. Just because, yeah, we just see today morning the data from Professor Matthew, right? That Indonesia needs about 9 million workers. Yeah. Then in the cybersecurity by 2030, requiring over 600,000 qualified workers to be trained every year. So I think we have a lot homework for us to provide Pak Prashil about 600,000 qualified workers for that. Then, in a bit my experience last month that Innovate and also NDP, Nongsa Digital Parks, which is Infinite Learning headquarters, and also with the CMEA, we just visited Taiwan. Then at that time, we are attending the Jensen Huang public announcement for the near product and also for the yearly meeting. Yeah, you know, everything use AI. You use AI, but people have still to conduct it, because in case of cybersecurity, from the side of NVIDIA, the hacker also use AI, but we are the cybersecurity for protect it also have to use AI. Yeah. Then all is conducted by your people. Yeah. There's bad people and good people also, right? So, in my opinion, and also one of Innovate vision is providing the talent is one of the answer for the private-public partnership to provide the cybersecurity workers. Then the way is also is a TVET. What is a TVET? A TVET is technical and vocational education and training. We are not reducing the role of the university, but together with the university, we are embrace one, I think like for make it faster to provide the reduce or the lack of the cybersecurity worker, qualified worker. I mean, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rishi. Jadi penting banget nih, butuh talent scouting, butuh pekerja yang sangat banyak, anak-anak muda jangan mau kalah. Bonus demografi sudah dekat. Jadi teruslah kita tingkatkan skill kita, soft skill, hard skill, dan sekarang ada juga yang tambahan namanya pakai TVET approach. Jadi inilah the new technology. Biar teman-teman di sini we realize bahwa sebenarnya teknologi is growing so fast. Oke, kita ini yang sangat ditunggu-tunggu. Biasa jawaban paling terakhir paling pamungkas nih, Mas Niko. So the question is, what technologies are emerging as key tools in safeguarding critical infrastructure?
Well, first of all, I want to provide disclaimer. I am not the sales team of AWS. I mean, this is important because the samples would be from my experience in the context of CSP. But I think we need to reflect what have been experienced with Indonesia for the past few years, right? The ransomware attack to our national data center, I think that's one of the tools that we need to have what we call it the immutable backup. So don't get me wrong about immutable backup. That's very easy. Like you have two mobile phones, but one is isolated. You don't have any telecommunication provider there. That's what I've been doing for the past 10 years. And the other one is just to contact your wife, your friends, but the other one is fully isolated, but all your mobile banking is there. So this is really safe. I don't get a lot of message offering products, right? But what is immutable backup means, like if somebody is attacking you, you still have a golden record that you always can retrieve anytime, and nobody can retract it back except you with the access, which is good. So just imagine like 2 years ago, there was a bank was being hit by the ransomware attack. The backup was hit, the production also was hit. You cannot take any data, right? That's the first one. I think the second one has been mentioned by Bu Pandu, right? So quantum computing is emerging very fast, right? So I think the quantum encryption safe, I think would be the second technology that I would like to call out, right? And the third one is, I think it's important to have an automations. Actually, you can find it in the cloud native services. So it's automation. So everything is automated. You use the AI ML to improve your cybersecurity posture, right? You use the AI ML to get what sort of threat intel, what sort of pattern, because if we say we use AI, we talk about unsupervised learning, supervised learning, right? So I think we need to leverage of what we call AI ML capability, and I think you can find it a lot on the cloud native services. I think those are three important, so immutable backup, cloud native services, quantum encryption safe, right? And I think the fourth one could be like, yeah, it's about sovereignty, right? We need to be careful about the word of sovereignty, or in Indonesia we call it kedaulatan, right? So I'm talking about access. Just imagine that what kind of guest that you will allow to enter your house. That's we talk about access management. So what has been done in Indonesia mostly are dealt with the access management. So I'm not going to take too far, right? Just go to the hospital in South Jakarta, go to the Starbucks. You can find a lot of young people was hanging around there. Actually, in the hospital, Starbucks, actually you need to find old sick people, right? But there are a lot of hackers drinking coffee, waiting for vulnerable customers to sit in there to drink a coffee, and they will tap to the phones. So what I'm saying is, this is why this is important. The lack of skill in cybersecurity, but also lack of awareness. So actually, don't talk about technology. I think we need to build a solid foundation first. So that's what Flower said, is about earning trust. And in Indonesia, it's very simple. Seeing is believing. So when you talk about PPP, public-private partnership, I have to see first. Then I would believe you. That's what we call earn trust. So I think I just want to add some, right? It could be a joint training. It could be like tabletop exercise. When did you hear last time we heard there is a tabletop exercise in Indonesia? It's not public, I know, right? But why is not public, right? But if you see the other jurisdiction in APJ, I'm talking about Singapore, I'm talking about Malaysia, there's a joint tabletop exercise. The more you exercise, then you will build a new capability. That's your competitive advantage. So when the threat is coming, you're ready, right? Whether you're public or you're private, am I correct? So that the shared responsibility, that the shared expertise, that's a lack of, what do you call it, no redundancy at all. So I think on top of technology, I think we have a very big homework on the awareness and the cybersecurity skill. I think that's my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Nico. I think, Scott, I have an interesting question for you before we talk about the government and private partnership. I think you've been in a lot of government, you've been in a lot of hours in cybersecurity, you've been in a lot of hours in universities. So would you actually estimate a cost economically or socially of a major cyber attack on a national infrastructure? What do you think?
Well, I don't have any information in terms of what it might cost in Indonesia, but the average cost of a breach in Australia is over $4 million now. Maybe there's some colleagues who are from Australia who might have exact numbers, but I think it's around 4.5 million, the cost of an average breach.
Wow.
In terms of response, remediation. So it's not a small cost. That's the average cost. A good spot to look at this globally, if you're interested in data, is the Verizon Data Breach Report, which is an annual breach report. That's also a very good annual report that shows the increase or decrease in attack activity and the cost of that each year. But in Australia at the moment, it's around 4.5 million Australian dollars per breach.
That's really big. That's really big. So I think cybersecurity would be one of the most important collaboration between the government and also the private sectors. Moving on to Mbak Asih, I think what are the incentives can government provide to encourage private sector engagement in cybersecurity efforts?
I think I'd like to also mention a little bit about why public and private partnership is actually just makes sense. As part of the association, we've been working very closely with both sectors, with the industry players and also with the regulators. At some point, we see that, private sectors, they're the one who do the innovations. They always try to, earn the trust from the users, so they do a lot of things to make sure the consumer protections, the system protections is there. And at the same time, they also need talent, so they work with universities, for example, and so on. And we see that the regulators in Indonesia, they're actually aware with the, cybersecurity needs, challenges, and risks in Indonesia. And they do want to solve those problems. But again, I think when we're talking about the lack of professionals in cybersecurity, it's everywhere. It's on a lot of sectors, right? And also it happens in government bodies and regulators in Indonesia. So, by working closely with the private sectors, I think this is going to be very helpful for the government bodies and also for the regulators. And even the private sectors, whenever we talk with them, they're actually very open and very, willing to, being on board, helping the systems that we have. And even some of them probably have, like, for example, have marketing V to, provide the solution. But at the same time, this also work because the needs or the demands from our government bodies and regulators. So I think these are very valid, the response from the audience, the lack of capacity in terms of cybersecurity and the professionals. And I guess it's also very important when we see this about how regulatory or requirements for private sectors who provide solutions in critical infrastructures. I think Indonesia is I have to say that the regulators, government bodies, they're very open to the private sectors. And they're quite fast in terms of issuing regulations. But I think, again, they also need to work closely with the private sector to make sure that the regulation and requirements are actually, could be applied in the industry, right? So I think those two things that I see that could, make sense why the public and private partnership is actually very important in Indonesia specifically.
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I think it's very worthwhile reflecting, just for a moment, on when we say public-private. Yes, the partnership's implicit, but there's actually a partnership within the private sector. So many companies, especially owners of critical infrastructure, they outsource or they purchase cybersecurity services from a cybersecurity vendor or company. Now, this is also a very important area for us to reflect on when we think about critical infrastructure, because many of you, and I put my hand up, who was impacted by the CrowdStrike IT outage last year?
Any hand?
The CrowdStrike outage. The blue screen popped up. Flights around the world were cancelled or delayed. So that wasn't a hack. That was an IT outage in that instance. But what it showed me as a cybersecurity professional is that we have an increasing, what we call supply chain risk or concentration risk within the supply chain. Now, all owners of critical infrastructure, whether you're in energy or water or aviation or whatever, if we all use that one vendor, then that's a concentration risk, right? Because if that vendor goes down, then all of us are hit. So what that incident showed me is that we need to be very aware of not only within this public-private partnerships, there are many private owners of critical infrastructure who depend increasingly on these vendors. But how do we keep a check on the vendors? Because remember, I mentioned the first panel I was on, there's a regulatory conflict of interest between regulators and industry. But likewise, there is a commercial conflict of interest when it comes to the provision of cybersecurity services to critical infrastructure owners. I'll give you a great example. In 2020, I was running threat intelligence fusion operations for the world's biggest finance sector, ISAC, Threat Intelligence Sharing Community, FS ISAC. And what we observed in 2020 was an incident that first impacted the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and then the Australian corporate regulator, ASIC. Now, what was interesting with this is that the vector of attack was a file transfer appliance, which was run by a company called Acilion. Now, Acilion is a company that is a private company registered on the New York Stock Exchange. What do you think is the main incentive of the executives who are on the board of Acilion? It's profit, isn't it? Profit is what drives a corporation that's listed on the exchange and the share price performance. Now, the commercial conflict of interest that I'm referring to with vendors of all technology, not just cybersecurity vendors, is that it's in their own selfish interest to underreport an incident. Now, if as a supply chain provider, they have their footprint in many, many sectors, many, many types of critical infrastructure, that's not a good conflict of interest to have as a critical infrastructure owner, because they are actually incentivized not to be fast and not to be complete in the information they share to me. So how do we control for this increasing supply chain risk that we have from our vendors? Well, the way we are going to do that in Australia, and I hope Indonesia can do the same, is that you unite the people who own the critical infrastructure and you say, look, the better we all here share information, okay, the more we will detect and identify when a vendor is compromised. Because we shouldn't wait for the vendor to be honest, because they have a commercial conflict of interest. Yes. So by collective intelligence sharing within our community, it's not only good to keep the bad guys, the hackers away, it's also a mechanism, a practical operational mechanism that enables us to keep a track of our supply chain risks and threats through the sharing of information. And I think that's very important because it's a balance of power. No individual single part of the economy should have total control. Yes. There needs to be a distribution of power with checks and balances. And that's what a mechanism like a CIISAC for a country can do, is it helps on this concentration risk in that public-private bit is the private-private bit.
Yeah. It's actually a good square though, because we kind of sometimes confuse what is a government-private partnership. The government doesn't always create the field. Sometimes the private sectors also can create the field, and the governments can give support. Likewise, sometimes the governments make the field and the private sector gives the support. And I think the experience of Scott has been experienced at Indonesia since 2024 to 2025. Maybe Ms. Pandu, do you have some experience of what Indonesia had gone through? I think it's quite relevant, and it's a very good point that Scott has brought it up. So I think if you guys can give a 2 minutes focus span on what Pandu is going to talk about, the critical hacks that has been made in Indonesia. I think this will be interesting.
Okay. Well, all right. So the question is, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Like we had a lot of hackings, like let's say electricity hackings, telephone hackings in Indonesia, and it has been occurring quite often, like Scott said.
So all right. So I think one thing that I want to share, basically as best practices from my industry, which is the crypto industry, is like, so first of all, what we always do is crowdsource the audits. Like this is, of course, crypto. Everything is public. Like everything is actually, like all of the smart contracts, you can see the code, right? So audits are open, like out in the open. Everything is very transparent. We know exactly what this tool does and how it does it, and we use it. And a lot of these tools actually qualify as critical infrastructure. Like we talk about Ethereum. Obviously, Ethereum is critical infrastructure as a whole. A smart contract on Ethereum can be critical infrastructure since it might have like hundreds of thousands, even millions of users and trade like billions of dollars, right? So So just from my perspective, a lot of the things that has happened in Indonesia is like overt, like trust towards like a central entity, like whether it's a vendor, whether it's like a part of the ecosystem that actually manages like as a like as one single point of failure to actually to mess up. And this is not just hacking. Like obviously there's a lot of high profile national hacking cases. But this is also like the fact that there are issues in our infrastructure. Our infrastructure, our 20th century infrastructure in the 21st century world. There's actually a lot of threats that we have not even discussed or touched upon in this panel. AI, for example, being used for spear phishing and other things. We don't even 100% know if the people we interact with online are real people. And when we're talking about systems that have such single point of failure as related to like personal data, and if you can hack one person, you can actually hack an entire data center, which is what generally is the issue right now. Like you hack one person, this person actually has the passwords to this data center, so once you have this person, you get everything. And the fact that, Turing grade software, AI level software that's passed the Turing test and can be used to spear phish, that is very scary, and it should scare all of us. This is the root of our next sort of like security issue. Language is now a vector of attack. So I actually wrote about this. It's at bit.ly/humanity insecurity, because we can't be secure in our humanities anymore. So bit.ly/humanity insecurity.
It's not a phishing link, though.
It is a phishing link.
Don't be afraid.
It is a test. No, it's not a phishing link. I promise. That's kind of ironic if it would be. But no, like I wrote an essay about this, and I think the way we prove that we're actually actors, human actors, in interacting, is that we've used Gojek, we've used Gokar. If you're abroad, you've used Uber. We've had like interactions with people. We know for certain that I'm like this person's human because I've been in his Uber, right? Now that actually is something that can be shared. Now, as an analogy, this is similar to the threat analogy, but this is more towards like the humanity analogy. That can be shared with ZK. That can be shared with zero knowledge proofs to actually have a score of humanity to actually be sure that someone who's talking to you is not trying to spear phish you, but is actually a person. That's one of the things that I think, like going back to how hacking is done here, a lot of it is done through social engineering. A lot of it is actually, Indonesia has that issue that a lot of huge critical infrastructures are dependent on one person. So that's my take on it. Obviously, a lot of people have other takes, but yeah, I believe that's my opinion.
Thank you. So there's a lot of critical infrastructure in Indonesia, and Indonesia is always rich for the critical minerals. I think if you look back, the number of data centers built in Indonesia has been in enormous numbers in jump. So maybe I would like to ask Pak Richie, what do you think a cybersecurity infrastructure can help us for data centers? What kind of security can be done with the critical talents needed?
Yes, we're talking about the digital ecosystem itself is one of a big package. Continuing what I share about our visit to Taiwan with the CMEA last month. Yeah. We are, in Innovate, we are the first, I think our first job is to provide two things. First is the talent for the cybersecurities, and the second is the talent for the semiconductor fabs. We, the CMEA plan, and we are also in the team to acquire, to suggest some of the layer 2 or 3 semiconductor fabs in Taiwan to invest in Indonesia, especially in a Nongsa Digital Park. Then, but everything is one of package, one a big package. Yeah. To yeah. How come if we the government not to push and support for the cybersecurity talents? First, if the cybersecurity talents, we need it for the mostly for the data center. Yeah, right now I think data center is everywhere, and the next imperium maybe is a data imperium, right? Then, but in the data center you have to protect it by the cybersecurity force, which is we need talent for that. Yeah. Then, if we can secure the data by the cybersecurity talent force, we can convince them, the semiconductor company, to invest in Indonesia. Why? Because all of the hardware from the data center for the chips, the resistor, the transistors, they are all of a part of a semiconductor, which is in Indonesia have everything, and the most top ingredient is silica sands. Yeah. So let me show you if we can solve the first problem, which is the cybersecurity talent force. Yeah, we provide them. It is more data center will come, and the data center will come. The semiconductor fabs also will come. Then Indonesia can acquire the natural resources to be one thing. It's not only we just, like our government said, we just sell. We are now doing the downstreaming of the natural resources. So it is a big package. Then I think government have to support the CBS Thailand to build another complete this big package ecosystem. Yeah. So both company and government have to be have to solve the root cause of the hacking. It is for me to provide the talents for the cybersecurity forces. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Parichi. I think let's make this panel more interesting. We still have about 20 minutes, and let's make it more interesting. Let's put the questions to the crowd, and each one from different backgrounds from our speakers will answer at their perspective. I think this will be interesting. Let's, in the count of 3, maybe let's put our hands up if you want to ask a question. 3, 2, 1. No one? Oh, Prashil has a question. Prashil from RMIT. Let's give him a round of a big applause. Go ahead, Prashil.
Thank you, and I think it's an interesting discussion around public-private partnership, and I think it's important that I've got some background music. Probably an important question around, I think, Pakarichi, you mentioned around, build it and they shall come, having the right talent to support investment, but at the same time, investors looking for talent before they would obviously look at investing in the region here. So maybe just the panelists in general in terms of how should the model work in terms of investing in training, because training is an important landscape that needs to be considered. Who pays, perhaps, is the important question I'm asking.
I have a...
You can start first.
Okay, sorry. I have a very personal thought about that. Like, I don't know if it's like applicable or not, but like, I think, like, yes, it's a chicken and egg question whether it's investors first or talent first, right? But like, we can actually sort of like kickstart it by creating platforms for them to interact, like as in like like the way we obviously we need investors to incentivize people to learn, right? But like if there are platforms that are like, you know, the data sharing platforms that we discussed earlier, or like other platforms where people can just get access to research data related to like Indonesian security, like for example, by people I mean students, right? We would actually have like an ecosystem that self-propagates and actually increases the number of skills and number of investors at the same time. So I think that we call it the economic, what was it? Economic flywheel. There needs to be an economic flywheel here designed together and instituted by both government and the private sector.
Pak Richie?
So, Mr. Prasil, so who is the first, you mean, right? To starting this? Yeah. I think, yeah, it's a complex questions, yeah. But for me, we can start, I agree with Pandu. Yeah, we start from where we are now, yeah. We start from where we are now, that in context of, let's say, the data center. We already have some of big data center here. Then and also we face so many phishing or hacking problems, including the government data leakage. Yeah. So I think we have to start parallel. Yeah. But most likely, the private always start earlier than the public partnership. Yeah. So that's we are here now. So to start what seems impossible or seems is like yeah, we are very need. So we are starting for here now. I think it's much parallel, but who is to be invest first? I think yeah, is from the private first. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we saw that 600,000 per year required, the 9 million target, right, before 2030 for Indonesia only. The first question I would say as a cybersecurity professional who works in the field of threat intelligence, and I support a range in my capacity in a big bank. I'm not allowed to say which bank, but it's a very large global bank that I work for, is I don't work alone. So I work in teams, but I work with incident response teams, I work with vulnerability analysis teams, I work with vulnerability management teams, I work with governance, risk and compliance teams, audit teams. Out of that 600,000 new skill sets per year that Indonesia needs until 2030, what's the breakdown in the division of labor? Like, it's great to have a big number, 600,000, but how many of those need to work in audit? How many need to be in GRC? How many need to be in threat intelligence? How many need to be in incident response? How many need to be in forensics? I haven't seen that, and I'm very ignorant, I'm sorry, but it'd be great as if some of the people who have got much more local knowledge can share that with me. But I don't feel I'm in a strong position to provide advice other than ask that question, because that's one of the single biggest things to consider. The next thing is 600,000. I was a university professor at my sister college, RMIT. I was at the University of Melbourne for 8 years as a professor. I know what it's like to teach 150 students. You ask me, how do I teach 600,000 students? Oh my God. Alhamdulillah, I don't know how I do it. You know, like, how? So scalability, firstly, we've got to narrow down, or Indonesia has to narrow down, what are the specific job types that we need out of that 600,000, because the delivery of the training and capacity building, educators, trainers, whoever they are, they need to be proportional to the population groups of each of those divisions of labour. So in a very practical way, there's those two dimensions. Who are we training for what skills, and then are we able to scale? Certainly, we don't need everyone being, you know, having 15 years experience hunting cyber threat actors. We don't need, you know, 600,000 of me a year. What we do need is a lot of entry-level personnel, people with basic skills. Well, guess what? They can get that online. They don't need to be working in a SOC to get the fundamental basics of incident response. They don't need to run threat intelligence operations for a bank to be able to have the basic concepts of what is cyber threat intelligence. How is it useful? How does it support the other functions? I think these are the domains of, conversation we need to really, to get practical. I mean, it's easy to come to events and offer advice. The hard part comes when you have to deliver, and it should always be about the delivery of what to achieve the outcome. So that's really up to all of you to have that conversation. And if as partners, as trusted neighbours, we can support that based on our own experiences, that's great. But ultimately, it is up to Indonesia to decide. Yeah.
Maybe I want to add something.
Sure, Nico.
I think I fully agree with Scott, right? So I think before we go to that chicken and egg question, right? What's in for them, right? I mean, why I need to be the cybersecurity professional, right? I mean, to be honest, right? In the global company, the cybersecurity professional may have a very solid career path, okay? But for some companies, maybe they don't even been recognized. So I think that's what's in for me, right? So I think I agree with the data. How much do we need proportionally? Agree totally with that. But actually, private sectors is also open for this one. I think a lot of global companies have the program, we call it like the Cloud Audit Academy or like the Cybersecurity 101, and it's free. It's free of charge. But sometimes we also need to know what's actually the aspiration for this guy, right? I mean, to be honest, if you see the link in Indonesia, right, they love to have a lot of title behind the names, even still a candidate, right? But is that easy to get CISSP? No. Many people almost suicides because they don't pass it. It's 2000, right? CSSP, CISA, CIA, CFE, I think all the titles. Because the way the mindset is like, the more title I have, the easier I get the job, the higher the salary is. But it's not the case here. The case is why I need to be the cybersecurity professional. Is it because a lot of data center is open? Or because is it recognized in the company? I think that's the aspiration. But I think public-private partnership for the education, I think we still have a lot of rooms to go. Not even, I mean, if you consider private as academia, I mean, there are a lot of research collaboration, academia, right? We did with NTU, we did with NUS, just writing white paper on PDP and highlight why it's important you have a competence of personal data protections because you can become a DPO, a new life for you, right? New journey is waiting. So I think that's about it. I think I'm just stopping it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Asih, maybe you have something to add on?
Yeah, thank you. I have to agree with all the fellow panelists on stage. I guess the private sector most of the time will start first since they have the resources, they have the expertise. But I guess what is also important is how private sectors have to embrace or involve the government bodies, the public sector, because we have a few experience. We're doing a lot of literacy, for example, for like blockchain technology and crypto and so on. We did it on ourselves, involving the private sectors. It went well, but then when we're embracing more regulator, for like example, like OJK, it's actually getting more, traction from the users, from the public, because they know, okay, this is something that is already regulated, or even the regulators already, wanting to support the program and so on. So I think it's about how these two sectors want to work together, no matter who starts first.
Thank you. Thank you for the great insights. Let's have one more question. I see the 2 questions. Okay, we'll just take 2 questions. Can we start with the male first?
Hello, Tess. Great presentation. Love it. I enjoy the session so much. So my question would be regarding infrastructure. One of the caveat in Indonesia is all about TKDN, which is domestic content level. In fact, a lot of factories have a lot of issue with TKDN. We're speaking from data centers, speaking from factory infrastructure. There's also a case where Hyundai 2019 had a close contract with private partnership, but they got bypassed through BYDs. because their domestic content level could surpass the Hyundai. So what would you recommend on the upcoming, the flexibility of this domestic content level? And what would you give some insights for this kind of regulations? Thank you.
Thank you. So just Scott, just for reference, TKDN is the local content requirements in Indonesia. Content.
Content.
Yeah.
So it's based on goods, service, or even talents.
We can have the next question as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think this could be addressed to Scott because I work with one of the INGO, and we usually facilitate the partnership between the public and private. So like one of the panelists say that there is, thank you, seeing is believing, so the tabletop exercise is really need to encourage, we really need to encourage to our partners. Like, so I mean for Scott, I think it will be maybe interesting. I'm not saying that we will encourage our legislative to do more study exchange, but maybe you can maybe share a little bit how far they can maybe like some kind, not ideal, but maybe a model that we can explore more. You know, how far we can engage or we can introduce to our partners, like the public and the private. So it will. So the private will not be feeling that they will be taking advantage, you know, from their shared data, or what they will share resources with the government. Something that we can explore more with the model where maybe Scott have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will start with Mas Nico first, and answering the first question. First and second, if you would like to. I think the second question is more to Scott. Then we will go anti-clockwise then. You have the stage, Mas Nico.
I think local content requirement is not really my expertise, to be honest, because we actually have, because there's a product service, right? And it's not easy to calculate for the local content requirement for service. I mean, I'm talking from the cloud service provider perspective. And I'm just saying that how can we measure the local content requirement of my service to the customers? It's not easy, right? So I think the only advice I can give to this question, right? If it's specific to the data center, right? I think it needs to be, I think we need to have clarity, okay? Whether it's local or not local, right? Let's say local content requirement 70%, for example, okay? What is the technical specifications? What actually they want to achieve with this local content requirement, right? I mean, if it serves the same objective, for example, like I want to have the chips not from NVIDIA, but 70% from the local producer, right? So there should be some incentive, tech incentive if you use the LCR, am I correct? I mean, that's the easiest one to go, right? But would it serve the main objective why we need to have that device? That's my question, right? Because sometimes, like, consider ourselves, right? Would I buy the phone from Apple or Samsung, or I buy from Indonesian manufacturer? That's the same question, right? If my objective is only to call my wife to prepare my food, it's just the same purpose, right? But back to the resiliency, back to the service level agreement, back to the objective, I think that's back again, right? But I cannot answer that one because I do have an issue with that, but I don't have the solution for the time being. We're still escalating, to be honest. Okay? We were confused. Why you regulate me on this one? Right? But in case I'm a DC provider, but in Indonesia, DC is owned by us. We're not colo provider. Right? So if it's hit us, right, what actually the technical specification we need to satisfy, we need to achieve? I mean, that's my question first. Right? If it serves the same, I don't have issue with that. But what are the formula? It's not been finalized, am I correct? They don't have any source of, what do you call it, I'm not saying best practice, but objective benchmark saying this is correct. I think that's my answer. On the second question, I think it should be Scott, but tabletop exercise, well, it's about what you agree to simulate, right? I hand it over to you, bro.
Thank you. Asi, do you want to add up a few things before we move to Scott?
Let's go, Scott.
Sure. Scott, you have the time. Don't look at the screen. It says time's up, but I'll give you the best time that you have.
For the 40% local content question, I think it's a very good one. Now, ask yourself, what is the reason for having this as a policy? Well, clearly, it's to encourage local development, right? So that's a good thing, right? Indonesia should be more independent and more resilient and depend on itself rather than external technology companies. That's a great thing. It's a great objective, a noble objective. Again, how do you operationalize it? That's really where it comes down to. How do you make it a reality? I would say, based on my experience, going back maybe 20 years to when I worked more as a business analyst, it's much better for Indonesian industry to compete, to win contracts, than it is to receive a grant from the government. Because it makes them have to be more commercial, and it makes them have to address a need and add value. A grant is soft money. It's not driven by the market. So I think it's great that there's an objective to have 40% content, but what that means is that there's now pressure, for example, on the government. They should make sure that they're hiring, paying for contracts that have 40% content. Yes. So, because more than anything, the government is a large service buyer, and so it should also be forced to follow that regulation. So that's the limit that I'll go to on that question. Regarding exercising and tabletop exercises, I work on the opposite side of resiliency in a way. In threat intelligence, it's all about preventing the incident and supporting and responding to incident response. And maybe there's a little bit of risk management after the incident has passed. But in terms of exercising and the value of it, it's very, very important to what I call train like you will play. So what I mean is, if you're an athlete and you're playing for Indonesia in badminton, you want to train the same way as when you go to the Olympics. It shouldn't be easier or different. It should be playing the same sort of level of competition to get ready for the big match. What's the big match? Well, that's a live cyber attack against your organization. So if you're not training like you're going to play, then you're not going to win the match when that live incident comes to you. So that's absolutely very important. And whilst I've said I'm in the threat intel side, threat intelligence is vital. In order for you to be able to exercise in a very real world, lifelike simulation, you absolutely need to be informed in your exercising by the latest and most dangerous threats that are observable against you as a target or a victim. So even your exercising needs to be threat-led and threat-informed, because if you haven't caught up on the latest set of TTPs or tactics, techniques and procedures of your attacker, then how can you exercise for them? You can't. So, this is, again, the value of having a threat-led, threat-informed, whole-of-nation capability is essential so that everyone can go and exercise. Everyone can be able to train like they need to play. So that's all I'd like to add there.
So train as if you play Scott Flower. You have to remember that. Next, Mr. Richie.
Yes, likewise with Scott. I think local content is a good thing, right? Because you have to boost up your local industry. Then the local industry, when they grow, they will reduce the unemployment. But one thing I also agree with Mbak Pandu is how is the parameter for the requirement of the local content? If we are talking about hardware, it's more easy, it's easier. But when the software, we are another things, yeah. So this is the job of the government to make clear about the parameter for the local content. Because what I know, the local content requirement is for a company, we are we get a benefit from government like a tax holiday and everything. So I think government have to prepare it. Yeah.
Okay, last, Mbak Pandu.
Sure. So local content, like one of the things that we discussed on my show on Bloomberg Technos, there's actually an episode about local content about TKDN. It's from a few months ago. Is how software, for example, is judged in terms of local content. Is localization, for example, translation to Indonesian enough to actually say that this is already in Indonesian, it's an Indonesian piece of software. Is that enough? Or is it only enough if it's translated by human developers in Indonesia, for example, right? So I think I don't have a opinion about how this must be done, but I do feel that it is extremely important to note that the reason why it's here. The rules are here since we all want sovereignty. Indonesia wants sovereignty. Indonesia wants control over Indonesians. Like we need, no, okay, that sounds terrible. No, Indonesia wants control over like the technology that enters its borders because it wants to have its own sovereignty. And that is actually very good. The fact that Indonesia cares enough for software and hardware products in that way to have it have local content means that there is actually a substantial push, at least from the regulatory perspective, for Indonesians to actually learn to build hardware and software, right? So that's what I think about TKDN. And in summary, there's actually a lot of discussions here. I'm proud to be on this panel. This is amazing, and a lot of ideas, obviously. But it all boils down to that: whether sovereignty, whether we trust a system or not. We want our own sovereignty as individuals, and we want the country's sovereignty to actually be executed properly. And I think there are still a lot of discussions about this. Threat monitoring is important, trying to actually have public-private partnership about exchanges of information in a way that is still safe and still sovereign without breaking the sovereignty of industries, without breaking the sovereignty of Indonesia, while sharing data with other parties and securing our borders. That is beyond the scope of this panel, obviously. But I hope that this would allow you to start and understand it. I mentioned earlier, we have 20th century infrastructure, but 21st century attacks, right? But those 21st century attacks can also be used for good. It can also be used to protect. So yeah, from my perspective, we have a saying in crypto of not your keys, not your coins. Well, not your keys, not your country. Thank you.
Wow, let's give a big round of applause to all our speakers. Let's close with the word sovereignty. I think this is a very powerful word, and I would thank all our panelists for having the time and sharing the knowledge with our friends here. And please don't go away. We're just gonna have a few coffee breaks, and then we'll have another interesting session. And at 4:30, we're gonna meet our Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. So let's stay here. Let's keep the vibes, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone. Please be reminded that we come back again within 10 minutes. And please don't go anywhere because we still have another session and it's gonna be more exciting and more deeper. Thank you. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu. Saat ini kita akan melakukan coffee break untuk afternoon tea. Dimohon untuk kembali dalam 10 menit dan jangan pergi kemana-mana karena kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya. Terima kasih.
Frameland's music.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come to inside the room if you are still outside the room, because we're gonna start our next session in a minute. Thank you.
Yang terhormat Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin sekalian diharapkan untuk segera kembali ke dalam ruangan karena kita akan melanjutkan untuk sesi yang terakhir, yang berikutnya yang terakhir. Terima kasih. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, as we reach the final session of today, we turn our focus to talent, closing the gap, developing a skilled cybersecurity workforce. This session highlights innovative pathways to build capacity and nurture future cyber defenders.
And this panel will be led by moderator Mr. Marco Bardelli, Chief Business Officer at Nongsa Special Economic Zone. And also we have panelists, Mr. Matt Sellier, as a Director Technology and Cybersecurity at RMIT CCSRI.
We have Ms. Jacque Lostol, Executive Director, Women in Security Network.
And last but not least, we have Mr. Alphonse Tanujaya as a cybersecurity leader at Aptiknas.
You can join the conversation via menti.com with code 65127962.
Once again, if you want to join the conversation, you can join through menti.com by input the code 65127962. And we would like to welcome Mr. Marco Bardelli on stage. Please give applause.
Hi, everyone. Good to see that the audience is still in high numbers, notwithstanding lunch and coffee break and all the delicacies that we are having here at the Park Hyatt. Without any further ado, I would like the panelists to join me here on stage. Matt, Jackie, and Pak Alphonse, if you would like to join us. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay, so we have, starting from my immediate left, Matt Sellier, Center of Cybersecurity Research and Innovation, and Industry Advisory Board member. Then we have Jackie Lostol, Executive Director, Australian Women in Security Network, and also part of the Executive Cybersecurity Council in Australia. And last but not least, Pak Alphonse Tanujaya, Security Specialist, VaccineCom founder, and Cybersecurity Awareness Leader. I would like, for the benefit of the audience, to allow each one of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves. For what concerns me, I'm the Chief Business Officer of Nongsa Digital Park Special Economic Zone, and I'm also heading Infinite Learning, which is one of the MOU partners here today. So maybe, Pak Alphonse, we start with you. If you can briefly introduce yourself, what you do, and what are you passionate about cybersecurity?
Okay, I'm Alphonse Tanujaya. I'm doing cybersecurity business from year 2000. It's about 25 years. Previously, I was bankers. And now we have around 150 corporate and SMB customers that we have obligation to help. And besides that, I act as Aptiknas Cybersecurity Awareness Leader. Aptiknas is Asosiasi Pengusaha TIK Nasional, Association of Information and Technology businessmen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Alphonse. Jackie?
Hi everyone, I'm Jackie Listow, and I've been in cybersecurity for 25 years as well. And I'm now I was consulting in Europe for quite a long time and also in Australia. And now I'm the Executive Director for the Australian Women in Security Network, which aims to connect, support and inspire women in security. And we do that through running events, education programs, research with RMIT, and we work with a lot of government departments in order to make change in the cybersecurity sector.
Exciting. Thank you, Jackie. Matt?
Yeah, and thank you everyone for making it back from afternoon tea. It's great that the room is still full.
Amazing.
You did well. We're waiting for the snacks. But no, Matt Sellier. So I've been proud to be an advisory board member for RMIT Centre for cybersecurity research and innovation for a number of years. I'm also just finished a role as the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Cyber Collaboration Centre. So that was a member-based organisation focused on training, education, and cyber resilience building. We did a lot of training similar to Jackie with government agencies in a range of areas, but really passionate about how collaboration, how partnerships, how working together, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So very, very keen to dig into that around the skills gap for sure.
Great stuff. If it's okay with Pak Alphonse, I would like to start first with our guests from overseas, and between Matt and Jackie, ladies first. So this panel is about talent, right? We have been talking a lot about infrastructure, but without the talent, the infrastructure remains idle. And I would like to ask you a question with your hat as member of the Executive Cybersecurity Council in Australia. I presume that you have a roadmap, you have a strategy that has been formulated by the Council. And where does the talent augmentation stays in this strategy? So then here from Indonesia, we learn a best practice like the Australian one, how you are doing it. And then maybe later we can still look at any challenges you might still have unresolved. Thanks, Jackie.
Yeah, no worries. So in 2023, the Minister, Claire O'Neill, she created our 2023-2030 cybersecurity strategy. And as part of that strategy, she put together a series of different shields which identified these are the main areas in which we need to actually work on. As part of that, she then created what is called the Cyber Executive Cybersecurity Council, which consisted of 20 to 25 CEOs from the big corporations in Australia. She brought them into the room and said, okay, this is what we need to do, and we need your help as CEOs of these big corporates to be able to drive this strategy. So as part of that, they then brought everyone into 4 different working groups. One of the working groups was to talk about emerging technology, and a lot of that has been discussed in today. So they talk about AI, quantum, and actually identity access management was the third element that they have been working on. The second working group talks about sovereign capability. So what can we do to uplift the sovereign capability of Australia to make sure that organisations and startups are looked after when it comes to cybersecurity and getting them up and running. The third one was what can we do for small businesses in terms of uplifting their cybersecurity, because as was mentioned before, 97% of businesses in Australia are small, so what can we do to improve them? And the fourth one was about workforce. So underpinning all of the things that I just mentioned is workforce. How do we build a workforce that can actually support all this strategy and make sure that we are able to achieve all of those goals? And so as part of this workforce strategy, we've been doing a big consulting piece with all the different organisations, understanding, where are the skills gaps, what do we need to do in terms of creating a framework which will allow everyone to upskill in those organisations. What are those elements that we can ensure that we have diversity by design? So when it comes to a workforce, we need to make sure that we have the best people as part of Team Australia. How do we make sure that we have different types of people working in cybersecurity to then uplift our workforce in general?
Yeah, interesting. An immediate follow-up question. You have represented a lot of initiatives, right, that have been recommended as part of the strategy. Let me go very straight. Who pays for that?
Yeah, so a lot of this is paid for. Some of it's government and some of it is private industry as well. So the government have paid for example, they created the national coordinator the first time ever. They paid for that. The tabletop exercises, they brought that together as well. The Cybersecurity Act Now Stay Secure campaign, which is an initiative to try to have 3 simple messages that all individuals and small medium enterprises can do. So that's, I think I think you spoke about it actually, Alphonse, about let's just get everyone with MFA, passwords, and just what are those 3 things that we can get every single person, no matter who they are, that hygiene up, so then, we can be secure together.
Interesting. Matt, we have been talking about creating talent that will operate in a cybersecurity environment, but cybersecurity affects everyone, right? So it's not just for the expert of the industry, but it's also for the public. What are initiatives, if any, that you have in mind / recommend in order to have a higher sensibilization of the overall population about cybersecurity and the threats that are behind it, noting that in Indonesia there are already some initiatives that are being done. But based on what you see, is that enough? What would be your suggestions? And again, would it be, in your opinion, the government the initial catalyst for this to happen, or you see a public-private partnership?
I think that there's I think the way that Jackie went through those working groups is really important. That the 4th one is about skills and talent, and it's about ensuring that you're underpinning all those other activities by making the whole community, the whole of society, more robust, more resilient, more cyber aware. The Act Now, Stay Secure campaign is about every citizen in the country doing more to reduce the load on the actual IT and cybersecurity professionals when something goes wrong. So if we're all doing things better, if we're using MFA, if we're having password managers, if we're doing the things we should be doing, the likelihood of the severity of an incident occurring gets reduced. So there's absolutely a need to not, when we think of that 600,000 person number a year, the 9 million over the next, until 2030, the figures that Matt Warren put out earlier today, it's actually every role across the economy. It's not only technical operators that sit in operations centres responding to an incident. It's decision makers in organisations, it's frontline staff who are dealing with customers, it's marketing and brand people, it's across the board. So if we're not raising the levels of cyber awareness and cyber resilience broadly, in a skills sense, we're really failing. So the Australian government has invested in a number of initiatives. The National Office of the Cyber Coordinator, the Cybersecurity Coordinator, NOCS is the acronym that Australians use for it, is one such thing. But those large corporates as well have lent in and provided programs. So large banks have programs for all their customers to help their cyber acuity grow as well. So they are leaning in. And today we've talked a lot about sovereignty and thinking about your role in your country's security. I think that's been something the Australian government's played pretty heavily into as well. And it is important to recognise that strategy that goes to 2030 has 3 horizons. It's very McKinsey or Bain-esque. Yeah, the 3 horizon model works well. We're just at the end of the first horizon. So I think there's a number of areas where the national strategy has achieved some really good things. The transparency of information from government, I think we've heard some differing opinions on that, but I think they've endeavoured to really be more transparent about what's happening and being on the front foot. They probably haven't lifted up in some of the other areas that they might have. So it's a journey. And the reason that the Minister O'Neill, who is no longer the minister, there's a new minister now, sort of had that timeline, is it's beyond one person. It needs to have a longer life than that.
Very interesting. Before I get to you, Pak Alphonse, I have a follow-up question for Matt. If I understand it correctly, there is a little bit of a parallel like in the health space, where, of course, you need a lot of doctors, but you also want to do prevention, right? So it's like you're encouraging, like in Singapore, there is where I'm based, there is a campaign to reduce consumption of sugar, so then you don't have a lot of people with diabetes. So basically, and that will reduce the health expenditure of the government in the future. So you're telling me that if people are more conscious about cybersecurity, then that will diminish the future expenditure in order to then correct what's wrong in the system?
That's absolutely the theory. I mean, in Australia, there's a great program, health-related again, for skin cancer, highly prevalent problem in Australia. Slip, slop, slap. Slip on some sunscreen, slip on the shirt, slap on some sunscreen and a hat. And that very quirky marketing is about long-term reduction of impost on the health system. And so cyber needs an equivalent of that. The Act Now, Stay Secure, is an example of that, but there's really good research that shows that if you help the whole society take some responsibility for securing themselves, every person that works in every business that any of you come from here is also a person in their private life with a family or a partner or kids or mums or dads or brothers or sisters. Your role extends beyond what you do between 9 to 5. So if we're all doing it, it becomes part of how we move through life. And we've heard today about the wonderful opportunities around engagement more directly in the digital economy. That is absolutely true, both in a professional and a personal life. So the analogy is really, really a good one. And thinking about the reduction of cost over the long term is absolutely why it's structured that way.
So technically, a government should see investing into cybersecurity as an investment that will reduce cost in the future. So it's not a cost in the present, it's an investment to reduce cost in the future.
Yeah, Jackie and I spoke about, we haven't talked today about cyber insurance, but I think there's a really interesting connection here to insurance, right? So if events keep happening and people keep doing things that lead to negative events which insurers pay out, everyone pays more as a premium, right? So the same is true of cyber. If you do the things that you need to do to protect yourself and your business, you're reducing or at least maintaining the cost of premiums because cyber insurers won't have to pay out as often. If everyone does nothing, they go, well, someone else will worry about it, those premiums will keep increasing and the cost is borne in different ways.
Yeah, we noted this in our operations in our special economic zone. We have been engaging local talent to do data science jobs for a very large multinational company, and we had to get quite important cybersecurity insurance, and the premiums here in Indonesia are out of whack. Yep. Absolutely. So, Pak Alphonse, we have seen what's happening down under. I think Indonesia has a big task ahead, which is to get to high number of cybersecurity experts, which at the moment is not enough. We have heard from Jackie and Matt what should be done in order to have a strategy to get more talent. But what happens to the talent that is already in cybersecurity industry? How do you retain this talent to make sure that they are not going to do something else? I have read that apparently some talent that is in cybersecurity, they don't see a career path that is outlined. So based on your experience in Indonesia, the talent that is already working well in cybersecurity space, how do you retain it?
The good things is there is a lot of layoff in Indonesia. So we just tell them there is an opportunity here in cybersecurity, in IT, but you need some sort of skill. So you just, whenever I got lucky, I ran a company, so I know both worlds. I know how the company, what company needs. I lecture in some university. I know what did they teach the students. So what is the lack of that? So the industry, the working industry and the institution doesn't usually match. So what the industry need is, for example, you give me a graduate, fresh graduate, and compare to class 12, SMA, in Indonesia you call it Sekolah Tinggi Telkom. And we will prefer graduate from this STT Telkom than the bachelor graduated. Why? Because they are more readily to use. And once they get into the company, actually what you get from your college is not the knowledge. You cannot implement it directly, but the foundation is the most important. So whenever a new employee come, then we just give all of them the same chance. Even you are 3 years or 5 years, we give the same treatment. You install Waza, you install OpenSense, you do Mikrotik, and then tell us what you can do with it. By doing that, we will know what is their real capability. So, and then how do we make them ready? So by giving them the opportunity, we give them the internet, we give them the system, the OpenSense, the Waza. So by the time goes by, if they can survive in 6 months or 12 months, hopefully they can be ready.
So we had a discussion before. I think that's a great example of where you need all IT staff to have that ability to think about security. So we often talk about graduates from vocational education or even higher education in Australia coming out all wanting to be a very niche expert in cybersecurity, but in fact they don't know the basics of IT management. And so it's really important to think of that, again, back to the 600,000 person number annually. That is across all those roles. You need to have IT professionals coming out that are more security aware, and then industry has a role to help them work out how to apply those skills.
And just on that point, we talk a lot about career changes, and that is another area in which you can tap into really great talent, where you might have somebody who's had 20 years experience as an accountant. They have really great, if you think about an accountant, they're very much, they're wanting to make sure everything is correct and they're meticulous. They're really great candidates for people in like governance, risk and compliance. We had a lot of success also with nurses who came into security operations centre roles. Because if you think about the way in which nurses operate, they are very good at triaging. They're very good to work under pressure. They're very good with emergency response. And when it comes to those types of skills, it's really important to be able to understand that type of thing. So thinking about those parallel type areas and how do you upskill those people so then you can bring them into the industry, but also what are those skills that they have in the organisation which you can then maybe reskill them in another area of cybersecurity to keep them in, is another way that you can retain, but also to uplift the different types of people that you have in the workforce.
One interesting thing is like this. For Indonesia is less developed than, let's say, Australia. So we can say that if there is a SOC, a Security Operating Center, so we can find more expert in Australia than Indonesia. But we can bridge that gap by giving SOC solution, but it is because now everybody is going to the cloud, it's online. So if you need SOC, you don't have the physical SOC in your company. You just do it SOC as a services. So everything is as services. Because we have to combat the bad guys. Malware as a services, ransomware as a services, and every bad things as a services also. So every good things should go to be as a services also. So I think it could become a good gap.
Even in Australia, that's already happening, where there aren't a huge number of SOCs that, it's not like you get to a certain size and everyone has their own one. There's a number now, even a large number of universities use a particular provider to run their security operations centre centrally. So it's a really good point that, again, it's a skills education point that people shouldn't be expecting that once a company gets to 100, they'll have their own SOC, they'll set that up. That's perhaps not going to be likely. And indeed, this was all about career paths. Working in an operations centre as a service model is much more diverse. It gives you opportunities to work with an FMCG company one day, a resources company another day, a telecommunications company another day. That's much more interesting potentially, much more engaging, much more dynamic than just the same thing each day. Because that's another thing, and maybe we'll touch on it, is that there's a lot of burnout in this industry because there are a large number of roles that are quite repetitive and quite challenging to stay really engaged in for a long period of time. So it's the ability to have that as a service model is a great call out.
And by the time goes by, the Indonesian technical will slowly learn and increase their ability.
Well, I'm positively impressed because the conversation is flowing organically very well. A couple of housekeeping points. The first one is that if we can have some pizza, some drinks, I think we can talk about this for another 5 hours, but I don't know if that fits with the audience. I don't have any reference point of how much time we have left, so if you can let me know. And does this great conversation create interest in the audience? Do we have some questions from the audience that maybe we can put on screen? Okay. Which pillar of cyber maturity assessment requires most important? So maybe this is not the questions.
We could answer that one.
Sure. No, I know, but I don't want that some question from the audience gets unanswered, if any. While we wait for the questions, Pak Alphonse, if you had the magic wand, what would be your main recommendation to Indonesia for your next improvement you want to see in terms of creating a talent for cybersecurity?
I'm a practical person, so I will say that the foundation is very important. So when will I start? I start with ISP admin. In Indonesia, we have around, maybe you'll be surprised, more than 1,800 ISP company in the whole Indonesia. And each of them has admin, and they have more than above average background in digital infrastructure. So that is very, very good basic, but they don't know the theory, they don't know the foundation of security, but they know all about the infrastructure. This is a good foundation. So I will start from there and build the cybersecurity team from that resources.
Yeah, I agree that is a very good pathway into cybersecurity. Like a lot of cybersecurity people have come from those pathways because they have those foundational skills. So I think that's a really good point.
The other one that I know Scott talked about is supply chain, and so that ability to have people who are able to see the connections, and ISPs are a great example, see the connections between different entities in a system. It's really critical because that helps you identify where vulnerabilities are and where you might need to put resources to mitigate those risks. So I think that's another piece where, and Australia is still on a journey with, I think, supply chain security. In defence, it's certainly well established. There's some great frameworks and protocols for ensuring if you're supplying into defence, these levels of quality need to be met. But that same principle needs to apply across all critical infrastructure. And I think that's one of the ones when you're looking for skills, you want people who are able to see not just their small world, but able to see the connectivity, because we are globally connected, and the ability to see that supply chain connection is really important.
Okay, so we run this through the audience. Let me stand up so I can read properly. What are your biggest barriers to hiring cybersecurity talent? And almost half of our audience says insufficient skills. And then, quite surprisingly, we have as a second cause the lack of candidates. And then we have salary expectations. Insufficient skills goes back into training the talent. Based on what you said, it looks like government should be like a catalyst, and then you can have collaboration, private sector, government, or is there any other magic recipe for this?
Yeah, no, so as we know, cybersecurity is advancing very quickly, so the partnership between government, also education and also private sector is super important, because the private sector say these are the skills that we need, the government says, okay, these are some of the grants or money that we can actually provide in order to upskill these organisations, and then the educators need to understand what they need to do in order to get the next generation ready in those skills. We've been fortunate, I just can talk about maybe some of the initiatives that government funding that we've received as part of AWSN. So federal government have provided us some funding to be able to identify these are the particular areas where we know women aren't in, and we need to upskill them. So we've got some funding from the government to be able to upskill in that area. And we've also got state government funding as well in order to do some initiatives as well. So that partnership of government, education, as well as private sector and industry association is super important. Yeah.
Pak Alphonse, what do you think about this?
If talking about this, maybe I want to share some secret. I think many of attendee come here is from Komdigi. So I'm telling you, Komdigi, that you have a magic one. Why? Because the ISP I talk about is under you. So it's APJI, Asosiasi Pengusaha Jasa Center Indonesia, is under Komdigi. And also other very important organization like the cellular organization is under Komdigi. So you need to realize that your position is very central, and it is, in my opinion, Komdigi just hasn't maximized your ability to give a positive reinforcement to Indonesian digital community. So you can do better. In my opinion, you just do, maybe you just do 30% of your potential. You have 70% more to do. So you just need to dig deeper. This APJI is very strong. I met them yesterday, and they told me about this one. Maybe today is already 1,900 ISP. And if we are talking about the online gambling, they are switching to using prepaid, and it's also under Komdigi. So a lot of things is in digitalization. So I urge you, maybe so you know that your position is very central in this.
Thank you, Pak Alphonse. I'm not from Komdigi, but if I was, I would feel a little pressure. Please, Matt.
I think that's a really good point, that governments have carrots and sticks. They have policy and regulation to direct behaviour and change, and they have carrots where they can incentivize that behaviour and change as well. And Jackie mentioned a couple of things the Australian government's done to incentivize change. Another big one in Australia was funding free TAFE places. So again, in vocational education, they prioritised a number of key areas, and cyber was absolutely one of those, where the government would fund those TAFE courses. There were caveats, there were conditions on that, but being able to open up a pipeline to talent that otherwise might have said, I can't afford that. By identifying that this is a priority area, we know there's a gap and there will be a job for you at the other end of it. But that was an example of government using that carrot, using that catalyst, that incentive to change behaviour. I agree that regulation and policy then helps the market, helps the private sector move to where you need them to do as well. And that could be about incentivising, bringing on more graduates, you know, to take that, the flow of people that are coming through new courses and so on. So it's really important, if you're from government here, to think about how you use those tools that you have available to you to change the landscape in a positive direction for the country.
We are almost borderlining with behavioral economics here. You sound like the book Nudge.
It's Nudge.
Thaler was my professor in Chicago while he was writing that, so I know all of this stuff. Jackie, any comment from you?
Yeah, just a super quick thing. The other element that the government has done is look at immigration as well. So to allow talent to come in as well, to be able to work so we can learn from them. So that might be also something that you might want to look at as well.
So maybe this is, if anyone from Ministry of Foreign Affairs is here to take note about this. Do we have any other question that we threw to the audience? Yes, we have. Let me stand up. What is your primary strategy for addressing cybersecurity skills gap in your organization? And the majority is saying, train existing IT staff in cybersecurity. And then the next one is partner with external cybersecurity firms, so it's a little bit like of outsourcing. And then the other one is recruit recent graduates and provide intensive training, upskilling, or finally hire experienced external candidates, but we understand that there are very few of them. So the two key answers, again, implying training. It's all about training, right? And how, especially a small, medium-sized enterprise here in Indonesia, PAC can afford this training.
Maybe the first one, hire experienced external candidates, is the short-term solution. You get it instantly. The second one, train existing IT staff. It needs time. But the problem is the threat is today. So you cannot train and tell the threat to wait, we're training our staff. Don't attack us. No, we cannot do that. But if you are doing the number one, you have to pay. It's expensive. So maybe there's some kind of hybrid solution. You partner with external cybersecurity firm. You look for them like that SOC, so for outsourced SOC or others, and then while you are using their services for maybe half years, 1 year, then when your existing IT staff already trained, then you already have good candidates. So that might be a solution.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and it's probably our fault as a panel, the way we've designed the questions, that one of the biggest cybersecurity gaps in your organisation is every other staff member that isn't an IT or a cyber person. So one of the really important things to do internally is to run programs to uplift all your staff, no matter what their role, in being better with their digital activity whilst they're at work with you. You know, making sure you're running phishing campaigns, that they can pick out emails that are incorrect, that again, easy to partner with external organisations that will run those things for you, you know, regularly. But I think it's probably how we've designed the question. But really one of the biggest gaps that everyone should be thinking about is, yes, the IT team, yes, the cyber team, how do we build skills? How do we augment for really niche capability? And that might be partnering, but the rest of the organisation, how are you training the marketing people? How are you training the sales people? How are you training the admin people in that business to be better at their own cyber resilience? That's a huge area of challenge across the board.
Jackie?
And just to build on that, it's also about building that next generation. So how do we not only train all those people that are outside of the IT team, but it's how do we embed that in all the children and the general population, so that they are part of those. I think that word cybersecurity champions and part of the team has come out a few times. How do we then do that? So we run a cybersecurity experience day for girls during the school holidays, and we bring the girls in to teach them about cybersecurity, so then they themselves know what to do to protect themselves, but also to maybe be interested in a career in cyber. And they were sitting there, we had a line out the door of these girls wanting to get in, it was amazing. And they just sat there and they just worked through these problems, and at the end they were just so excited about cybersecurity, but also they went away and they then told their parents about it, and they taught their parents about some things that they need to maybe think about as well. So little programs like that I think really help, and starting early is something that I think would be super important.
If the other panelists allow, I would like a small follow-up, diverging a little bit, but not too much. So in Australia recently, there have been some policies with regards to access of young people to social media. How is this working? Where is that? And is this something where Indonesia can learn something?
I mean,
Matt. Okay.
I think, I mean, Indonesia, I think, is following Australia's lead around social media, looking at social media bans for kids under 16. And obviously Europe is doing something similar. I think that's a big piece of it, understanding the immense power of these digital tools. That we now have a encyclopedia, a streaming service in our pocket, that you need to have a level of emotional development to be able to handle that, and it's been proven time and time again scientifically that kids under 16, even older in some cases, just aren't equipped to do that. So I think that's absolutely an important, it's probably an adjacent piece to this, as you said, it's sort of adjacent to it, but I understand.
Yeah, because those are channels that give access to people into the cyberspace. So you need to know how you manage these
programs
channels.
like Jackie mentioned are about, well, in the absence of that, whilst kids still have these devices and have access to them, we need to help them understand how powerful they can be to help them solve the issues they need to solve and open up opportunities for them, but also make them aware of the problems. And I think the last panel talked a little bit about that crime is still crime. The fact that you get a phishing email trying to extract your personal information to sell it on the dark web is just a crime. That used to be held up with guns and you're in a horse and cart or whatever. We have to think of it as, how do we educate people to understand that they've got to protect themselves against something that is a real threat that's happening more and more. The more that we participate in the digital economy, the greater the attack surface that we present. We have to be aware of that. So programs that help kids understand that, help their parents understand that. We spoke earlier about teachers, how we help teachers who are educating our kids to be better informed about how to help them understand how to use these amazing, powerful resources to learn, but also the threats that it opens up to them is really important. So I think that there's a complexity to the challenge we're talking about here, but we need to continue investing in programs like that to have that awareness grow.
Thank you. I'm flying blind here. How much time we have left? 15 minutes. Okay, excellent. Sorry? 5? Okay, it's an auction. 15, 5, 5, 1, 5, 2. Time is up. Actually, time's up. Time's up. Incredible. I get applauses, so maybe they're really happy to see us walk away. But with that in mind, thank you very much to all of you. It has been a terrific conversation. And I can see potential between Australia and Indonesia to truly collaborate with good intent and to try to exchange experiences to make the overall cyberspace safer for everyone. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Thanks. Thank you. And I think I have some gifts that Prashil is rushing up. Go, Prashil. Alfonso, you already got one. Sorry, there's no double dipping here. Ladies first. Matt, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. I think a picture is de rigueur, as they say.
As we approach the conclusion of this symposium, we invite you to scan the QR code now displayed on the screen to complete our event evaluation. Your feedback will help shape future initiative.
And unfortunately, we are already at the end of this event, and we're gonna have a closing remark. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Richie Glenn Yoparandi as CEO at Innovate Technofarm. Please welcome Mr. Richie. While we're waiting for Mr. Richie, maybe we can scan the QR code to fill the question for post attendee. Please multimedia to show the QR code. Next. Okay, please, you can scan this QR code and fill the question, the survey. Okay, for ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes toilet breaks before we go to the next session. Please enjoy the toilet breaks. But don't go anywhere because we're gonna continue to our next session.
Yang terhormat Bapak dan Ibu akan diadakan toilet break terlebih dahulu selama 5 menit, tapi jangan kemana-mana karena kita masih ada sesi yang berikutnya.
a full day and really appreciate everyone's participation. And while we're making some time to wait for our special honourable guest to arrive, we thought before we take a group photo and before we go into the closing remarks and give the opportunity for some of our VIPs to make some closing statements, I thought it might be opportunistic to hear from our audiences in the back in terms of some reflections, in terms of what were some key takeaways. And this will be me coming to you with the mic, impromptu, just to sort of hear from you what were some of the highlights. So I'll move around. Oh, there's a mic there as well. So we can take a mic at the back there if those who want to perhaps have a few words. But I might go to Cornwall, actually. And sorry to put you on the spot, but highlight one or two things.
Absolutely. The panel discussions have to be the highlight. The gap that we find in terms of capability building was one of the highlights for me, especially. Knowing that the sheer number of, the workforce that we have in Indonesia and who are looking to upskill is one of the most wonderful things, because I come from an educational background. So for me, knowing that people are willing to upskill and willing to take that step forward is one of the most important things.
Thank you, Cornwall. Please applause. Maybe a question for one of our speakers, for those who may not have the opportunity of asking a question, or there might be a question that you feel is still unanswered. I'm just looking around to see if anyone would like to put their hand up and ask a burning question to a panelist or a moderator or one of our speakers that didn't get the opportunity of asking or expressing the view. I'm just looking around. Any takers? If not, I will nominate. I will nominate. And I'm going to look at the back here, this audience here. Hi, how are you? Excuse me. Hi. Hi. My name's Prashil.
Yes.
What did you find today interesting?
Hi. Thank you. What I find today interesting is how, because actually I'm from like banking institute in Jakarta. Not really deep in the cybersecurity, but the things here that the support of the government and also the system, and also the cooperation between Indonesia and also the Australia government, and also with the some university and research institute will bring some more, we can call it robust environment. And what I really like is about the Mentimeter survey from the audience. We are all put the capacity development for the priority. So I think for the moment, this is the concern that we may want to tackle. I mean, the capacity building should be implemented well in this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question? For your university to realize that as an implementation to support the capacity building, what is one of the requirements or essentials need for your university to make this happen?
Okay, actually I'm from LBPI, it's Indonesia Banking Development Institute. So we were invited by one of our colleagues from MIT, because we are in a discussion for doing kind of executive education for the banking sector and so forth. The thing here is actually from me personally regarding the PDP, perlindungan data pribadi, and the privacy data protection. How actually we can set up the system, and then we can implement the PDP in Indonesia, or like the GDPR, starting from the maybe creating the ROPA and something like that. And we are still, in the initial stage to do it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is the question up there. Hi, your name and...
Yeah, my name is Irma from CMEA. I'm very interested about the Australian Australian women in security network. Yeah, because I think compared to Indonesia, Indonesia doesn't have network such in Australia. So my question is whether in Australia has the employment quota or employment target that make the woman or maybe disability people to can work in the cybersecurity sector. Yeah, and how the government make it, whether in the federal level and also in the state level, like in Victoria. Thank you.
Sure, good question. I'm not sure who might want to answer that. Oh, perfect.
I can answer that one. Yeah, no, great question. So very early on, we realised that we needed to understand what the baseline was to understand, how many women are in security. So we actually engaged with RMIT, Matt's right here, and Laki and some people in this room. So what we did was we actually did a survey and a study to understand where women are working in cybersecurity and what that percentage is. So we worked out that we're 17%, and then what are those different roles in which we are, and then that helped us then work out, okay, these are the areas in which we need to concentrate on trying to get more women interested in it, because a lot of the time it was more that they didn't even realise it was a career option. Building the network, it's now 10 years from today. But I'm really happy to speak to anyone who might be interested in maybe developing an Indonesian version of it.
Excellent. There was a question about GDPR. So that's the General Data Protection Regulation that comes from the European Union. And what that is a set of principles about data protection, and countries around the world are adopting that principle. So in terms of Australia, our privacy laws have been amended based upon those principles. But because they're actual principles, they actually have some real technical, real-life implications. So one of the major technical implications is that if Indonesia introduced GPDR principles, is that data about Indonesian citizens has to reside within Indonesia and cannot leave Indonesia. So then that becomes a very difficult technical issue to actually implement that. So that's certainly something in Australia that we've been dealing with. So what's happening in Australia to conform with our new Australian privacy laws that have that GDPR regulation is we've had to set up national clouds for Australia to prove that data resides just within an Australian context. And then what we have through our privacy commissioner is actually auditing to ensure that data doesn't leak out of Australia. So certainly you're seeing, countries around the world, even Vietnam, as we heard about, are sort of implementing some of these approaches about data localization, and it sort of comes from that GDPR regulation and the principles connected with that. So again, it's a very interesting area in terms of privacy about where principles actually have real-life applications for countries, but also then for organizations and for citizens. So in Australia, with the Office of Information Commissioner, if a citizen has a concern about our privacy, about our data being misused, we can actually go to them with our concerns and they can actually act on our behalf. So what you see with the European Union GDPR is it's become a de facto set of principles that around the world, countries are basing their privacy laws on. And I'll stop there, or else I'll be speaking for another sort of 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I've got a question at the back here. This is for Laki.
Thanks, Priscilla. I'd be keen to just, again, to any of the panellists that are keen to answer this, is we spent a lot of time talking about skills and technical skills, but I'd also like to hear any views around, I guess, developing cyber culture within organisations and the importance of the broader workforce and what they're not what the base level knowledge should be within an organisation around cybersecurity.
Thank you. I think at the front.
Thanks, Lucky. And pleased to have a first response to that. So I've mentioned in a number of forums that cybersecurity is a foundational building block for every business, every country, and every community. And that requires cultural change. So to bring together cultural change, I think about Australia 20 to 40 years ago when we created a dramatic uplift in the concept of safety being everybody's business. So we shifted from responsibility for safety at a work site and whether someone lived or died being the responsibility of one manager only to it being everybody's business to ensure we understood what a safe work environment looks like and therefore what my obligation is to do something about that. Thinking about the current situation with cybersecurity and cyber resilience, one of the core ingredients isn't just the technical skills, it's recalibrating that concept that cybersecurity is everybody's business. And the bad guys attack either the weakest systems or the uninformed or weakest people. So I think about my elderly parents and or grandparents who are targeted all the time by agents calling, emailing, sending phishing scams, etc. So how do we support and protect them and empower them? Because words like a cyber scam weren't something they knew of 5 years ago, but in our context in Australia, they do know those words and they do know to check before they click on anything. So that baseline recalibration is important for every community and then every business within that. Because if I click as an employee of company A on the phishing scam that enables penetration of immature systems within my company, how am I creating a culture where cyber is everybody's business?
Great. Any other panelists would like to add to that?
It's a hard act to follow, Mish, but I think that really let that sink in because I think that increasing the baseline is really important. And as you were talking, I was thinking about what we were trying to say around what you do in your personal life isn't dramatically different to your professional life. When you're driving a car for work or a scooter for work, you don't do it super differently to when you're doing it for your family. The same should be true for digital security. And so I think that's a big challenge that this sector faces because we've used cybersecurity. Like if I said cybersecurity and I asked everyone to think of an image, I think the image that a lot of you would think of would be someone in a hoodie in front of a laptop in a dark room with some script running on the screen, right? That's exactly what all of you just thought of. If you didn't, put your hand up. There we go. I'll take that as 100% of you thought of it that way. And that's our problem. So we need to change the dialogue. We need to change it to thinking about this is how you can better participate in all the wonderful things technology has to offer. But we need to demystify cyber. We need to talk about being digitally confident or some other language that makes you understand that this isn't scary. It's not someone else's problem. It's something that we all can take really positive steps towards and stop thinking about the hackers in hoodies, right? So, thanks.
Terrific. Thank you. We have one final question.
Thank you. Well, I'm Afira. I'm actually from banking, DPS, from cybersecurity division. I have this question. Sorry, I typed it down. In light of increasing cross-border ransomware attack targeting OT ACS environments like what happened in 2023 in Medibank, maybe you've heard about it before, how do you operationalize threat-informed defense across critical infra like water SCADA, smart grids with meter attack for the ICS? While still ensuring interoperability with local mandates, like maybe from OC, I think it's Associate Act like thing. In Indonesia, maybe with what is what's called PP, Perpu 71/2019, I think. Can you walk through a red blue task case involving the anomaly detection and private sector telemetry sharing under the data sovereignty constraints.
Thank you. I might get Scott to attempt that.
Sure. It's Avira, is it? Thank you very much for your question, Avira. It's quite a long question, so maybe I'll start with the first bit first. So Medibank, the Medibank hack was a very eventful year that year. It was 2022, actually. And there was the Optus hack, which is obviously owned by Singtel, Singaporean telecommunications company, and then there was the Medibank hack in the same year. So what it really did is it exposed really that even the most mature organisations in Australian critical infrastructure still didn't have the basic cyber hygiene in place. There's a lot of pretending, and the CEO of Optus, in Australia, was actually publicly schooled by the then Minister of Home Affairs and Cybersecurity publicly because they claimed it was an advanced campaign, an advanced actor, when actually it really wasn't. And so that caused a lot of challenges within industry in Australia, because here we had a minister from government publicly criticising the leader of one of the largest telecommunications companies who tried to pretend it was a big, complex attack when it probably really wasn't. So that really upset a lot of people in industry, even though I think it was fair and reasonable for the minister to call out the truth. It really set industry back, because then they're thinking, well, hang on, the government's actually throwing rocks at us. So that wasn't very helpful, at least in the short term. So I think certainly for me personally, one of the reasons we eventually came to the Australian government and said, look, as a not-for-profit organisation, we would like to help be a trusted partner of government, is that we know that industry isn't very interested in sharing a lot of sensitive information with your threat intelligence sharing network, which there's a couple of different ones in Australia. There's the TISN, or Trusted Information Sharing Network, and that's run by the Department of Home Affairs. And then there's the Australian Signals Directorate Technical Indicators Sharing System, or CETIS as it was called. So there's two different levels of information sharing. So that's a big problem for starters, because you've already, even within government, you've got fragmentation. So where does industry go to as their central place to share information? Even putting aside the regulatory conflicts of interest. So what we've tried very hard to do is, within the industry environment in Australia, with the Critical Infrastructure ISAC Australia model, which is hopefully one we can support, Indonesian cybersecurity professionals to set up for themselves, is that it really needs to be built in a way that you have the right governance mechanisms. And what I mean there is not just the rules of how we share, but industry need to be the owners of the platform. Industry need to be the owners of the community themselves, because they make the community. So in the Articles of Association, and we've got the Business Council of Indonesia here, the Articles of Association mean that it's the members of industry themselves that pay a fee, yes, to get threat information, but they become an owner, an actual shareholder of that organisation. And what that means is, because they are part of the organisation, they can then trust it, because they own it. It's not owned by a private individual or a private commercial firm. It's owned by the industry holders and owners of critical infrastructure. So that's the first thing. The governance settings has to be right. It can't be owned and controlled by government. It has to be a partner of government, but at arm's length. So that's the first thing. But then also the technical systems that you use to share the information need to be, let's say, anonymous by default. So because you might not share your information with me or the network if it means you look bad, you look incompetent, you look like you did something illegal. It means that that's a barrier for you wanting to share, because it may have big problems for you if that information was to get out. So in addition to the governance, you also need the technical systems that can handle both unstructured and structured threat information, because not everyone has maturity to be able to share machine-to-machine, sticks and taxi 2.1, for example, because you mentioned a few standards and a few systems there. So not everyone has the level of maturity for that. So you need to have a whole of nation system that accounts for and can manage different levels of maturity. So you need the Sticks and Taxi 2.1, which is the model that we've built our threat intelligence technical indication sharing with, but also less structured information. So if you're a small business owner, you can contribute that into an unstructured format, which then the National Intelligence Office capability of, say, CISAC Indonesia would be running, and they can put structure, build that information that's shared in an unstructured way, bring the structure to that information. But the most important thing here is that it has to be untraceable. So when you share into the ecosystem, it's impossible even for CISAC to know where it came from, because then you don't get embarrassed, because there's no risk. And likewise, if there's any legal issues, it can't be taken back to you, and no court can come to the organization and say, you have to give us that information on who shared this. We actually can't. We don't even know how to, because it's scrubbed at point of collection. So these governance and technical systems, they have to be aligned to protect the interests of each individual member, so that there's confidence for them to share the information. Otherwise, they won't share. And the reason this is important is that I know from my day job every day, the threat actors, the bad people, they're very good at sharing information on how to attack us, the defenders. They also sell toolkits to each other on what works against this target. They're very good. All of us and our societies need to be at least as good, hopefully better, than the threat actors at sharing information. So we're a long way behind at the moment. And so it's really through national efforts, through data sovereign efforts, that can provide the right governance guarantees, but also technical systems to enable sharing. We need that in every country. Yeah, hopefully that's answered your question. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. And I guess what I'm hearing from most of the feedback reflection, there's an importance there for government policy. There's very much an importance there with industry to ensure that there's industry participation there. And also academia is playing a really important part there. And in the center of all of that is our key stakeholders that need to be obviously building their awareness, resilience, and or technical proficiency in different areas of the ecosystem when it comes into the cyber. I think what's really interesting also, found quite interesting with the dialogue around the gender diversity and inspiring and inclusivity in terms of including other underrepresented segments into this ecosystem as well, because effectively the work we're trying to solve for doesn't necessarily need to be in particular buildings or locations. It can be quite hybrid in many ways as well. And so it's embracing the technology, the digitalization, and the ways in which we work as a modern society to be able to collectively work together on that front. I am mindful, I'm getting the countdown, and I don't think there's any more questions that I can see. Oh, there's one. Oh, sure. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Astrid. I have a stupid question. The crime is one, all the same. So why can't we make one rule that done by all countries? Why we talk about Australia, Indonesia, this country and that country, whatever. So once again, the crime is one. Why can't we make one rule that is applied by all countries the same? Thank you.
Great question. At the very beginning, I talked about cybersecurity being very complex. Privacy is also very complex, which is why we see with GDPR, it's a set of principles. The reason it's complex is each country has a different set of laws, each country has a different constitutional setup. So that has a difference in terms of how laws are passed and implemented. So I'm afraid it's as simple as that. Each country has their own sort of legal definitions and frameworks and legal governance systems. So that's why GDPR in principles is the most effective way for each country to implement effective privacy laws to be developed for each country.
Terrific, thank you. That's really good reflections. And look, on that note, we'll probably get to the point of close. So again, thank you so much for allowing me to add this addition to the program, and your feedback and dialogue and discussions are always important, and it's always valuable to include that as part of some of our reflections for today. I think what we would like to perhaps now do is take a group photo, and so we will do a group photo and then we'll break for networking, and we will then have our vice ministers come back, and then we'll then do our official closing, and we hope that you can stay with us for that the last proceeding. So on that note, I'm going to hand over the mic to the MC.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. It will be great because there are some questions that are still unanswerable, but you already got the answer.
All right, we now request all VVIPs, speakers, moderators, and organizers to gather in the stage for the official group photo.
Okay, please, for VVIPs and speakers and all the moderators and organizers to come to the stage to have a group photo. I think on the stage. On the stage. Okay. Stage. Okay. So the photo will be taken from the stage. Okay. And from all delegates can come here to the front so we can have a group photo together. Bagi Bapak Ibu, mari kita bisa maju ke depan untuk kita bisa memiliki grup foto bersama-sama. Okay, please everyone can come to the front so we can have a group photo together.
Ayo semuanya di belakang ikut ya. Ayo, yuk kita foto yuk. Kasih kursi satu gitu. Nah. Wait, we give you a chair. Wait. Nah, taruh kursi di atas. Ah. Enggak, benar, belum. Ada kursi, oke. All crews, yuk ikut yuk, MC, ayo. Okay, we can also say wave our hands and say Indonesia in the count of 3, okay? Okay. Okay. 3, 2, let's wave first, yeah? At the count of 3 we wave, and at another count of 3 we say Indonesia. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Again, yeah? 1, 2, 3. Indonesia. Thank you. Please don't go anywhere. We have the last session coming at the closing, and we have around 15 to 20 minutes to enjoy the beer outside. Enjoy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So for our final part, we have closing remarks. But before that, let's Vera say something.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this insightful and inspiring event, the Indonesia Cybersecurity Symposium, allow me on behalf of the organizing committee to express our deepest gratitude to each of every one of you for your active participation, brilliant contribution, and unwavering commitment to advancing cybersecurity in Indonesia and beyond. Throughout the symposium, we have engaged with vital topics from emerging cyber threats to national cyber defense strategies, from digital literacy to international collaboration. These conversations are not just academic or technical, they are fundamental for the future of our digital sovereignty.
Before we close, we have closing remarks from Mr. Richie Glenn Yaparandi. Please welcome Mr. Richie.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, panelists, and guests, especially from RMIT and Infinite Learning, and also Nongsa Digital Park and Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. As we come to the close of today Indonesia Cybersecurity Symposium 2025, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your time, your insight, and your unwavering commitment to building a stronger, safer digital ecosystem in Indonesia and beyond. Today has been more than a gathering. It has been a convergence of ideas, expertise, and aspirations. We've not only highlighted the urgency of cybersecurity, but also showcased the momentum we can generate when stakeholders from government, industry, and academia work hand in hand. Throughout our sessions, several powerful themes have emerged. We began with digital resilience, emphasizing the urgent need to build a cybersecurity workforce and infrastructure capable of withstanding ever-evolving threats. It became clear that resilience is not merely about technology. It's about adaptability and preparedness at every level. In regional perspectives, panelists from across ASEAN shared national strategies and regional coordination frameworks. The message was resounding. Regional cooperation is not something that we could take for granted. It's a necessity in tackling borderless cyber threats. Our discussion on cybersecurity culture reminded us that awareness must extend beyond IT teams. A cyber-aware society cultivated through education and continuous engagements is one of our strongest line of defense. Next, we also explore securing critical infrastructure where the stakes are highest in energy, transportation, finance, and healthcare. Without strong protections, the very foundations of our economy is at risk. In the session on public-private partnerships, we saw clear examples of how meaningful collaboration can translate into resilient national policies and faster incident response. Equally vital was the discussion on trust and privacy, two principles that lie at the heart of the digital transformation. In sector handling sensitive data, public trust must be earned and protected through transparent and ethical data governance. On our dialogue on cybersecurity training models highlighted that Indonesia cannot rely on fragmented efforts. Sustainable and well-funded programs built in partnership with institutions like RMIT University are essential to meeting future needs. Lastly, in strategic partnerships, we underscore the importance of upskilling both governments, officials, and executive. This is not just about filling technical gaps, it is about fostering leadership capable of navigating uncertainty and change. All of this discussion point to one clear reality: cybersecurity is shared responsibility. It transcends sectors, it transcends borders, and it transcends titles. At Innovate Technofarm, with the corporate, with RMIT and Evinet Learning, we remain committed to nurturing talent, building resilient systems, and supporting meaningful cross-sector partnerships. Let us carry forward the spirit of today's symposiums, one of collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose. So thank you for being a part of this journey. We look forward to working with many of you in the months and years to come. Until then, stay vigilant, stay connected, and stay secure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ricci, for the closing speech.
And the next one, we have a closing remarks from Miss Isman as a Deputy Vice Chancellor from RMIT University. Please give applause for Miss Isman.
Thank you, colleagues, distinguished guests, and those who have stayed with us throughout the whole day. It's been a very powerful conversation today. I won't go over the sessions. Pak Ricci did a wonderful synopsis of, I think, the themes and the trends that have come through. I might roll it up to some mega trends and opportunities. So, particularly evident for me in my world of looking at skills, training, education and academia is thinking around cybersecurity with a range of lenses. And when RMIT, or why RMIT is here in Indonesia, is to partner at scale to create a meaningful difference with impact. When I think about impact and what we've heard today from world-class experts, is thinking from the individual first. How do we build and continue to enhance a culture of individual responsibility and understanding that has a common language and framework that's accessible to all Indonesians to help strengthen in a country that is so ambitious and on the front foot with technology and innovation and the scale of a population that is sometimes quite unimaginable to Australia. So starting with the individual first, how can we build that concept of skills in understanding digital resilience, cyber safety in a way that makes sense to every single individual, whether they're in a government-owned enterprise, private business, or part of a community. Thinking about the ripple effect from that is then individuals that influence communities, that influence industry, that influence government, and an ambitious government who Australia takes our partnership with very seriously in the Indonesia-Australia relationship. Our leaders have committed to that, our government agencies have committed to that, and the obligation and the opportunity is then to think about how we influence and work as a neighbourhood in the ASEAN region. So RMIT looks forward to continuing to work in this space with solutions that make deep impact, both for individuals and for leaders of industry and community and government, and brings the expertise that we are able to attract from across the globe to help shape what those solutions look like. I heard one of the panellists talk about a carrot and stick approach, and I think I heard Scott talk about a regulation versus collaboration kind of model. So it won't be one solution for all. It has to be co-created, understanding what the real skills needs are and how we best deliver those in country in a way that is sustainable, replicable, and can reach the many communities, businesses, and organisations that we are looking to partner with. It's been a delight to be part of the consortia bringing today together. So in particular, I'd like to call out my colleagues from Innovate Technofarm, from Infinite Learning, and from CMEA, and of course from the Australian Government for their support and contribution in bringing today's symposium together. Tomorrow there will be a workshop for some of you who've already been here in a smaller contingent, so that we can dig into the next layer in understanding what shaping a skills solution to some of these large opportunities might look like. But we appreciate your ongoing commitment throughout the day today. Thank you to all who've been involved in organising, and I wish you a happy and safe evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Eastman, for your closing remarks. And to all delegates, thank you for participating in this symposium. Today, as a digital certificate of participation will be sent to your email as soon as possible.
Once again, thank you for joining us at the Indonesia Cybersecurity Symposium 2025. Until we meet again, stay safe, stay secure.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.